Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. And if you're new, welcome to my channel. My name is Jackie and let's get started. For DIY number 1, I'm going to begin with one of these Halloween haunted house plaques on a stand from the Dollar Tree, painted up with some Snow White by Waverly, and I'm going to take some red and white baker's twine, also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to add a little dab of glue along the side of the house, and I'm just going to very carefully add some of this baker's twine to go all along the edge of this house until it looks like this. Now I'm going to take some of this Mod Podge Extreme Glitter Mod Podge, and I'm just going to take my little brush and give it a full coat to make it nice and sparkly, because this is extreme. But this stuff is great, it doesn't really shed or anything. Now I'm going to take some of these plastic peppermints, these are from Amazon, and I'm just going to place them in different areas of these little windows just to make it look like a little peppermint house. So I'm just going to add some hot glue along the sides of these peppermints and place them inside the holes like this. And I'm going to take some of the little Dollar Tree gingerbread people, and I'm just going to add them to the little doorway. A little girl and a little boy, the little girl with the little bow on top made with that same baker's twine. So I'm just going to add them like this. And that is it for this one. Super cute, super simple, and whimsical. For DIY number 2, I'm going to use one of these trays, one of these pallet plaques, and one of these crates, and I'm going to go in with the Waverly Antique Wax, give them a coat with a little bit of water, and I'm going to take my plaster paint by Waverly chalk paint, and I'm going to go ahead and do a nice dry brushing on everything. That way everything's nice and cohesive and everything looks nice and worn and farmhouse, and allow everything to dry. Now I'm going to take these little rolling pin ornaments that I got from Walmart. They're so cute, but I don't need the pieces that make them an ornament, so I'm going to take my EMT shears and just snip off all that plastic, all that extra plastic with the ribbon, and that way I have just cute, adorable little rolling pins. So now I'm taking my Sharpie and I'm going to mark right beside each side where I'm going to drill some holes. And yes, I'm ambidextrous, I can write with both hands. Yes, I can. So now here I'm taking my drill and I'm going to make these holes, so that way these holes can hold some hooks, and we're going to make a super cute piece of gingerbread furniture. It's going to be so adorable. Oh my goodness, I had so much fun making this, I can't even tell you. Okay, so here are my holes. Now here are my little hooks, and I got these from Walmart. Now these are the smallest I could find. I'm sure if I looked online I could probably find something smaller, but this is what I found, this is what I got. So here are my little hooks, screwed them all in place, and place all my little rolling pins inside. Oh my goodness, look how adorable. So here's another ornament set that I found at Walmart, and here's a skew. Now here I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to remove these little round pieces. I don't need all these ribbons, of course, and I'm just going to begin to adhere all these pieces onto the wood. So here I'm doing the little bowl, and this is like a cup of marshmallows or something. And so now I'm going to take some hot glue and place it on the back on these two pieces of wood, and placing it inside this tray. It fits perfectly. Now I'm doing some more hot glue and placing it underneath this tray to place it on top of this crate. So slowly it's looking like a China hutch, or should I say a farmhouse hutch. So now here I'm taking these pearl looking push pins from Jot, and I'm using my pliers to hold them in place and my rubber mallet to get them in. And these will be the knobs to my drawers. So I'll just do 6 total until it looks like this. Now it's time to do a little bit of embellishing, and I'm taking these jumbo straws. These I got from Amazon about a year ago. They were still in my stash, so I figured I'll use them. The Dollar Tree does have red and white straws, but these are jumbo, so I decided to use these instead. And I'm just going to measure and cut some pieces, and I'm going to adhere them to the side of the top part. That way it looks like it's got legs that it's standing on, even though it doesn't. And then another piece across the top, just to give it that full candy cane, peppermint candy cane look on both sides and on the top. And I'll just adhere with some hot glue and I don't show it, but I do add some more on the back. You'll see that in the final reveal. Now I'm taking some of this lacy ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to snip off a piece that I'm going to need for the top. I decided to give it a little bit of a lace effect, and I'm just adding a nice bead of glue and placing it down across the top. And then later I do add another piece to the bottom, or should I say to the top of the actual crate. You'll see that in the final reveal, because that was an afterthought. So now I'm taking this little piece of bowl, placing it in the middle, and I'm using a small wood block, adding some glue to two sides to help anchor it and secure it in this spot. Now I'm taking some hot glue and adding my little gingerbread gal, and then I'm going to adhere the little spatula on the table, and I'm going to take some of this red apple barrel paint to touch up where I cut off the ornament hole and left the white spot. And then off camera I added my florals, and this is how it looks. 4 DIY number 3. Again, with one of these Dollar Tree wood plaque threadboards. They are so cute. And I'm going to go in with some of the Waverly Antique Wax, give it a full coat. And I'm going to also use a few of these tumbling tower blocks as well. And now I'm going to use some of the super glue wood glue and add just a tiny little bit to each of these tumbling tower blocks. And I'm going to place one here at the bottom. And now you're going to see my thought process, because I'm trying to figure out where I want to put the rest. So here I'm trying to figure out placement. So now I'm going to place this one on the top. Just add a little bit of glue. And place it up here. Straighten it out like that. And now I'm going to take the rest and place them staggered. So one on this side on the right, and then this last one will be on the left. And just tiniest bits of glue too. Don't put too much. Get them straight like this. Now I'm going to allow this to dry for a little bit. This glue works really well, so it doesn't take long for it to set. And now I'm going to take these tiny little pieces of remnant fabric that I had left over from last week's video. And if you saw it, you'll know that it came from the Dollar Tree. It's just little pieces that are ripped off. And I'm just simply going to use a little bit of hot glue and place them on these mini shelves. These are going to be little shelves. So just a little bead of glue and add all these little shelves like this. And now I'm going to take a couple of these little gingies from the Dollar Tree. I had them left over from my last video as well. And I'm just going to use this wood glue. I'm not going to use any hot glue for these little pieces. So I'm going to add one right here, right beside or right above this one shelf, on top of the shelf. And then the next one I'll go right above it, but staggered. So a little bit of glue and then just place it right here. So it'll be more centralized. Like this, look how adorable. And now I'm going to take some Fix All adhesive from the Dollar Tree and some of these plastic peppermints. These I got from Amazon, but the Dollar Tree does sell them at Christmas time if you could find the little bottle burst trees right underneath them. So I'm going to take one and place it on the very bottom, and then put this one on the very top of my little, well, it's supposed to be a breadboard, but I'm using it as a cutting board. So now I had these leftover plastic macaroons from my gingerbread video from Easter, my Easter gingerbread, and I'm just going to take some hot glue and adhere to sandwich a peppermint like this. And I'm going to take some of the Fix All glue and add a little dabs to each of these little pieces and place this set on one shelf like this. And then I'll repeat the process and add a plastic macaroon, or macaron, say it correctly, in a French accent. And then add the Fix All little dabs onto this as well, because these will be sitting on this bakery shelf ready to sell. They were just baked fresh. Look how adorable. So cute. Okay, so now I'm going to take some of these little greenery, place it in place, and that is it for this one. This is how it looks. For DIY number 4, use these 2 wooden spoons, and I'm going to go in with some nutmeg brown And I'm going to take my homemade pink puffy paint, and I'm going to create 2 big dollops of some delicious kind of frosting on each. And then I'm going to use some more of the nail art that I have because I had plenty there, so I might as well use them. And I'm just going to use different colors on this one, make it more of a pastel gingerbread DIY. And just using my tweezers, I'm going to carefully place them where I want until they look like this. Now they are nice and dry. And for these two, I decided to attach them together like in a crisscross like this with a little bit of hot glue. And I'm also going to go in with some more of this pink cotton baker's twine from the Dollar Tree. Add a little dab of glue to start placing this on. And I'll just wrap it around a nice, I don't know, a good few times. And then I'll place the end on the back with another little bit of glue just to keep it nice and secure in this manner. And then add the other piece on top as well. That way everything is nice and tucked away, and then I'm happy with it. So now I'm going to take another piece of this twine and I'm going to create the hanger. So I'm just going to loop it, create a knot, and then I'm going to thread it through. That way it'll be anchored in place. Pulling it through the top, and then I'll take another little dab of glue to secure that using my silicone spatula so I don't burn my hands. And then finally I'll just top it off with a nice pink gingham bow. And that is it, looking super cute. Oh my goodness, it's adorable. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 5, wooden crates from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to take this plaque also from the Dollar Tree that looks like a pallet sign, and I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color nutmeg brown and give them all a full coat like this. Next, using my Cricut, I cut out this stove top, and this is pretty fine lines, so this took me a little while to get this on there, I'm not even gonna lie. But in the end it was all worth it because it came out so cute. So here I'm just placing it on top of this crate like this. And I also cut out this phrase here, sugar and spice, and everything nice. And this one was a little bit easier because the lettering was a little thicker. And I really like this font. It's kind of like a curly font. And I'll have everything in my description box for you guys, what font it is exactly. Now I'm going to place this on my palette in this manner. And once I get this adhered onto my palette sign, then I'll remove this transfer tape. And now I'm going to take some Waverly chalk paint in the color Snow White, and I'm going to cover up all my lettering with this white paint. And before it dries, I'm going to take my weeding tool and I'm going to remove all the lettering to expose this. Look how cute. Looking like a bakery, huh? Looking like it was a mess. Now I'm going to do the same thing with my stovetop and covering up the burners. Yeah, looking like there's powdered sugar everywhere. Made a big mess. Once I get that painted, then I'll do the same thing, and I'll take my weeding tool and remove all the vinyl in this manner. Now, these fine ones are a little bit more intricate, but look at that, it looks so cute. Now I'm going to take this other weeding tool and I'm going to remove any paint that might have gotten stuck in the middle. Now I'm going to take this 60 grit sandpaper and I'm going to sand this all up because we don't want these lines to be too perfect. We want them to look like it's been there for a little while and it's been a little aged, and yeah, this little bakery's been around. Now I'll do the same thing with my little stovetop. Now I'm going to adhere them in this manner. So now I'm going to take some of my super glue wood glue and I'm going to do a few little globs, and also I'm going to use some hot glue for this one and allow that to set up. Press it down and look at that. Oh my goodness, it looks like a little kitchen. Now I'm going to use some of my puffy paint by Tulip. And for the record, I did this DIY before I did the gingerbread house. So in this particular project, I had plenty of puffy paint. So my lines came out better. And now I'm going to take this little set. It's a cooking set from the Dollar Tree in the toy section. And I thought this was perfect for this. Look at this little cute set. Oh my goodness. So now here I'm trying to decide what pieces I'm going to use and how I'm going to use them. Everything except for the bigger spatula. So now I'm going to take 2 of these magnets from the Dollar Tree and I'm going to adhere them to the 2 top corners of my sign with some hot glue. And once they set, then I'm going to take these magnetic hooks, also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use these plastic peppermints. They actually fit perfectly on here. I thought this was pretty great. And I'll add these on the top. And now I'm going to take some of this peppermint stripe ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to embellish the middle of this crate with some of this cute ribbon. So I'm just going to add a dab of glue and go around to the front, and then secure another little piece with some glue, just tiny little dabs, and then to the other side. Next, I'm going to take these little gingerbread men that I picked up off of Amazon, and look how cute they belong in the kitchen. This one has a little cutting board, so I'll place him on one side. I'll add another one to the other side, and then two on the front. And these are actually wooden ornaments from Amazon, so they have little holes on top. So what I did there is I just added some tiny little peppermints to kind of conceal the holes and make them look really cute. So after I have all these placed on here, then I went ahead and took my pots and pans, and I went ahead and adhered them onto the stovetop, because we're going to fill them up with something delicious looking. But first I'm going to fill them up with a little bit of these foam sheets. I doubled them up, tripled them up, and now I'm going to add some spackle and just kind of spread it on there. And now I'm going to use some puffy paint and get it nice and delicious looking, like it's frosted in this manner. And here's where I probably used the majority of my puffy paint, now that I think about it. Oh my goodness. And I'm going to sprinkle some of these polymer clay peppermints that I picked up off of Amazon, and then I kind of use my tweezers to help place them in the right place, because they all kind of gathered in one spot, of course. So like this. And then I added some more of the puffy paint because I wanted to add a cherry on the top, and there wasn't enough for it to hang on to. So here I did another glob of the puffy paint and added my cherry. Then I just added the lid to the very back, and then I did the same exact thing to the other pan. And then lastly, I just added a bow to the very top. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 6, I purchased this gingerbread mold by Iron Orchid Designs, and I'm going to use some of this Crayola air dry clay, and I'm going to first condition it quite a bit till all this clay is nice and warm and pliable. And I do use my little rolling pin to get it to the way I need it, nice and pliable. And here my clay is ready to go. But before I place this clay on my mold, I need to add a little bit of cornstarch because we don't want things sticking. So here I'm just going to brush it on with a little brush. And now we're ready to add the clay. So I'm going to place it on top, and I'm going to roll it on top, pressing down to get it into all the nooks and crannies. And this mold has a dad, a mom, a brother, sister. It's got a little dog, but I didn't do the dog. And it's got a little candy cane, but that didn't come out. And it's got a little peppermint, that came out cute. And it's got a little candy, little wrapped hard candy, and that came out cute too. So here they are all out of the molds. They are all still very soft, and I'm just going to use my little brush to remove any excess of the cornstarch that's still there. And now I'm going to set these aside to dry and cure, and just look how adorable they look. All the details, they look like unbaked cookies. I was so tempted to almost leave them like this because they were just adorable to me. So cute. But you know, I couldn't just leave them like this, even though I loved them like this. So now I'm going to go ahead and take these outside and paint them with some of this spray paint. This acrylic spray paint from Amazon, and paint them up in this manner. Set these aside so they'll cure. And I'm going to take these plaques from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to paint them with some apple barrel nutmeg brown, of course. And then I have these sawtooth hangers. They are from Amazon, and I'll link everything in my description box for you guys as always. And you just tap them on there. There's no need to screw anything in, and I just use a rubber mallet. Now they're ready to go. Now I'm going to take some of these doilies from the Dollar Tree. These are nylon. They're not the cotton ones that fall apart. They're nylon, and I took 3 of these. These are the ones in the off-white. They do have the white. And then I just snipped off the centers. And I'm going to add some Mod Podge to my plaques. And I'm going to place these doilies on top and coat them to get them nice and adhered. And I do this to all three, like this. And I'm going to take my clay gingies and I'm going to stage them where I think I want them. The mom on one side, the dad on the other, and then the little kids in the center with a couple of the little candies. How cute. So now I'm going to take some more of the Mod Podge and I'm going to place it on the backs of these clay pieces. And this Mod Podge does adhere everything very well. And I'm just going to brush it on with a brush and place it on the top of my doily and my plaque. And I do this to all three. Now I'm going to go in with some of the plaster chalk paint from Waverly, and I'm just going to take a little bit on my chunky chippy brush from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to very lightly brush on this paint to feature all the fantastic details that these little gingies have. Oh my goodness, they are so adorable. And the faces too, they are so cute. And you'll see everything closer in a minute. I'll show you up close. But the details on these are absolutely fantastic. Just look at those details. Oh my goodness. I love it. They look like cookies. The cookies that have a little bit of the flour still on them. Or just powdered sugar. I don't know. Tell me what you guys think about this. Now go ahead and do around the edges of the plaques just to give it more of a shadowing kind of effect. And I just use whatever's left on my brush. I don't add anything else to it. So just what's in there is what I use. And I think adding the doily just gives it that old-fashioned kind of look. Just like the little gingies look, they have that old-fashioned kind of look. And here's how they look. 4 DIY number 7. 2 of these congratulation plaques from the Dollar Tree. These were around when it was graduation season, and the tops are to hold little photos. I do pull them off for now, but I will use them later on. So now I'm removing all this paper off of them and placing some paper towels on top. And with my spray bottle, I'm going to soak these up with some water and allow them to sit for about 30 minutes. That way it'll soften all the paper. Here they are, nice and soft. And now using a scraper, I'm removing all the paper like this. And I'm going to take a sanding block and I'm going to sand off any excess residue that might be on there until I get it all nice and clean. Now I'm only using one for this DIY, but I'll use the other one for the next DIY. Now I'm going to go in with some nutmeg paint, of course, my favorite. And I'm going to take my markers and create some little gingy faces. Just simple. You guys know I do simple. If I try to do anything extra, I don't know. Might be interesting. So here, just a little smiley face with the black markers, some little eyelashes for the little girl. This one's a little girl. The other one will be a little boy. And now just a pink marker for some cheeks. And then a little nose. And then I'm going to use the puff paint for little pupils of the eyes. And some little freckles for the little girl. I think she's so cute. And I also do the icing effect along her head. Because yeah, you got to. And I do it to both. And set them aside to dry. Now in the meantime, I'm going to take another crate and 2 of these blocks, these wood blocks, off from the Dollar Tree. Give them a coat of the nutmeg brown paint. And now I'm going to take this pack of fabric, craft fabric from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to use this red and white Christmas snowflake pattern. And these are the perfect size for these blocks. I gotta tell you, I was amazed. So here I'm just going to snip off little pieces that I need. And look how perfectly they fit. And I'll go ahead and cut 12 total, 6 for each of the blocks. And now I'm going to take my podge and put a coat on each side of these little blocks with my little brush, my little makeup brush that I love from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to place my little piece of fabric and then do another coat on the top to seal everything on there. And I do this to all the sides of both of these cubes. Now that I have that done, I'm going to take my puff paint, my puffy paint from the Dollar Tree. It's actually a fabric paint, but it puffs up, so hey, it works. And I'm just going to go along all the ends and sides of these pieces of fabric in this manner. And yes, this took a while, but it's so worth it because it comes out so cute. It has that layered look, like the gingerbread and the icing and then the fabric. Okay, so here's my crate, and with my crate I'm going to take this pom-pom trim and I'm just going to measure how much I'm going to need for the top. I'm going to allow this to kind of dangle, so I'm going to put a little bit of hot glue and adhere it to one corner and then just wrap this around the front. So if you guys haven't guessed it, we are making a countdown calendar, which I know a lot of people make them, but I wanted to make it my way, so I'm gonna make it. So here I'm just doing a nice bead of glue on the top, allowing this to kind of dangle. I don't know, I just love these little pom-pom trims, they're so cute. And then on the other end, of course, I'm going to snip off the excess and then adhere this last little piece like this, and look how cute. That's the little box. Look how cute. Okay, so now here's my little gingy head. He's nice and dry, and I'm going to put some of the super glue, wood glue on the bottom and a couple little dabs of hot glue, just that way I don't have to worry about it falling over on me while I'm working. Placing it down. Now here I am taking the two little photo things that came off both of these, the little photo holders. They're just metal, and I want to make some new holes, so I'm going to use my drill, put a hole on one side, put a hole on the other, and then that way I can place these in. And I'll use a little bit of the super glue, wood glue, to adhere these when I put them inside the little holes like this, and that should hold them just fine. And I don't add any photos to this project, but what a fun way to have pictures of the kids or the grandkids as they go to change the blocks every day. Counting down to Christmas. Okay, so now I'm going to take some more of this puffy paint and I'm going to cover up the hole in the middle on the top where the original hole was for one of these holders. And I'm going to use some of these berries. These are from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to take one out and use it as a cherry. Place that on top. I really like these frosted berries. I think they're cute. Now here I'm just adding a little bit more puffy paint. I feel like it needed a little bit more. And now I decided to add a couple more cherries on the sides to kind of cover up the photo holders a little bit. There's just too much metal there. So I'm just adding that, and then I'm adding a little dab of glue to hold it in place momentarily while my puffy paint dries up, because my puffy paint will also be an adhesive for me. Now I'll set this back so it'll dry, and here are my cubes nice and ready, and I'm taking a brown paint marker and I'm going to start writing all the numbers on there, and the sequence is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on one cube, and then 0, 1, 2, 7, 8, and 9 on the second cube. And now you have the proper combination to count down till Christmas. So here I'm placing these blocks inside. Look how cute. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. Now I took 2 tumbling tower blocks and glued them together and then painted them red and added on their days until Christmas, and adhere that to the very front, and also adding these little bottle brush trees from the Dollar Tree and placing these on the sides just to embellish a little bit more. And I'm taking some more of the puffy paint and just doing some icing on the top, and this is how it looks. For DIY number 8 is these 4 old hair rollers, hot rollers, and I'm going to go in with the spray paint from Amazon. It works great. And now I'm taking my drill and I'm going to create some holes in the center of all 4 of these, because I'm going to utilize these as spools, as wooden spools, even though they're not wooden. And I'm taking some of this red and white baker's twine and putting it through the hole with a little bit of hot glue on the end to make it a little sharp to go in, and then using my tweezers I'll pull it through. And now I'm going to tie a knot, and this will create the hanger, and snip off the excess, and I'll do this to all 4. Now I'm taking some of this ribbon and I'm going to wrap it around, and I'm going to snip off a piece that I need, and I'm going to go ahead and do this to 4 pieces like this. Now go ahead and wrap it back around, hold it in place, and then open one side and add some glue in the middle, and then close it up like a sandwich. And once I get that adhered, then I'll go ahead and open that piece up and then add just a tiny bit of glue and then close it all up and seal it up. Now I'll bend this and create a dovetail type of look, and then I'll go ahead and do this to all 4. Now I'm going to take my little gingies and I'll just add them with some hot glue in the center of these ribbons, like this. Now I'm taking some of these florals from the Dollar Tree and I'm just going to take some hot glue, put it on the end, and stick it in where the roller has the opening. And I do this to all four, and that is it. These are ornaments. Here's how they look. 4 DIY number 9. This cheese and snack board from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use some of this foam clay. This is in the brown, so it's perfect for gingerbread. And I'm just going to take a nice wad of this stuff, and it's pretty sticky, so you have to condition it by pulling it and folding it and pulling it and folding it until it gets a little bit more firm. Once it's firm and ready to go, then I'm just placing it straight on the board to cover up all the graphics. That way I don't have to paint. And this works perfectly for this. Now once I get it all nice and spread and kind of thick, I'm going to take some of my cornstarch and I'm going to take a little bit, placing it on the faux dough to make it look like real flour. And now I'm happy with it. Now I'm going to set this aside, allow this to set a little bit. Now here it is, nice and set the next day. And I'm taking these little gingy cookie cutters, and I'm not going to cut all the way out. I'm just going to make the impression of a bunch of little gingerbread cookies in this manner, and I do as many as I can. And look how adorable. Now I'm just going to replace the 2 beads that are on the top with the jute twine. I'm just going to add a little dab of glue to create a faux needle, and I'm pushing through these beads that are very peppermint-like patterned, and I'm just going to then snip off the excess. And I'll do the same thing to the other side. And then I will add a little bit of greenery that I have from a Dollar Tree little bouquet that looks like evergreen. So I use some of that greenery and I make a little bow with some red and white ribbon. And then that is it. There's a little bow, just a quick little bow. And just tie it up, snip off the excess, add a little dab of glue. And then here's the greenery that I use. I do show you the bouquet of this greenery a little bit later, but for now I'm just adding these little pieces, these little sprigs with a little bit of hot glue and placing them under the little bow. And that is it. So cute. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 10, patty press from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to take some beads, but first I'm going to use these 3 little cubes from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to adhere them to the inside of this patty press, just 3 like this. And now using some of the Dollar Tree wood glue by Super Glue, I'm going to adhere 2 of these wooden beads to each of my wooden blocks in this manner. I did the dark pink on the bottom and then the light pink on the top, because I'm creating a little riser ornament. Yes, I sure am. And this wood glue would work great. And I'll allow that to dry completely, set it aside. And now I'm going to take the top of it and I'm going to go in with some of the pink rickrack. And I'm going to take some of the regular hot glue because it's plastic, and I'm just going to press it down and go all the way around this little handle and embellish it with some of this cute pink rickrack in this manner, and snip off the excess like this. Now set that aside. Now I'm going to take this little wooden craft kit of a scenery. I'm just going to use a little house, and I'm going to paint it with the nutmeg brown paint by Apple Barrel. Now using my puffy paint, my pink one, I'm just going to go and do a little embellishing on the outlines of the roof and along the whole perimeter of the little house, door and windows. Set that aside to dry. Now here is my little base. It's ready, and I'm going to take this little packet from Easter and I'm going to use this pom-pom trim. But first I'm taking my little top And I want to place this on top of this little riser that I just made, and I need some pieces of wood to create a flush area. That way it'll sit perfectly and be secure. So I'm just picking up some little pieces of wood. These here, I believe they came off some kind of ornament from Christmas from the Dollar Tree. I think those little light up ones that are like 2D. Anyway, I'm going to take some hot glue and I'm just going to place these on there just to create this flush piece. And now I'm just going to add some glue, hot glue, and look at that. It fits perfectly and it'll stay nice and secure. Okay, so here's my little base for my DIY. And now I'm going to go ahead and add my pom-pom trim onto the outside circumference. So I'm just going to add a little dab of glue and go all the way around this edge. That way you can't even see it's two pieces. It'll just look like it's one piece. Plus it adds a cute little touch as well. In the pink. So I just go along this whole round like this. Look how adorable. So now I'm going to take my hanger and I'm going to loop it around the handle and create that. Add a little dab of glue to secure that in place. That way nothing slips off. And press it down with my silicone spatula. And now I can begin to embellish my little piece. So I'm going to use these pom-poms made out of styrofoam. And they were in my stash. So I'm just going to take my drill and create some little holes. I do 4 because I ended up using 4 of these. But they're not pom-poms. They're, I don't know, they're styrofoam kind of decor pieces. They look like cake pops to me. So I'm just going to take each and I'm going to take some Fix-All adhesive and poke the end in there, place it in the hole, and then secure it with some hot glue, and this will stay beautifully. And I do this to all 4 like this. This is the background. It's kind of like a little candy land. And then I'm just going to take these little pieces of greenery just to kind of conceal the dabs of glue that I added on there. I don't like the glue showing. So I just added these. I added 2 to each one of these little bases of these. I'm going to call them cake pops. And now I can add my little house. Now I just realized that the bottom piece of this house, they're for the base that it comes with. It's a wooden base and they kind of fit in there. So I just remove those. I'm not going to need them. And I'm just going to add some hot glue. Nice hot. And place it in front of the little handle and against the handle. That way it's secure. And now I'm just going to add my little gingies, my little boy on the left. And I just add glue on the bottom. And place him there. And then my little girl on the right. And place her on there. And then I also add some greenery. And look how cute. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 11, I found this super cute apron on Amazon. It's brown and I like all the little ruffles that's on the pockets and on the shoulders. I thought it'd be super sweet in a gingerbread themed kitchen. So I'm going to place it on my heating mat and I'm using my easy press to get it nice and smooth. Now I'm going to take this decal that I created with my Cricut. It just says Baking Gingerbread Memories and it has a super cute rolling pin. So I'm just going to press my easy press and get it adhered like this. Now, while that cools down a little bit, I'm going to add some little gingerbread men onto the pockets. And I'm going to place it at a diagonal just to make it a little whimsical. And again, press it down with my easy press like this. Get it nice and adhered. And I'll do the same thing to the other pocket the same way. And allow those to cool. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and remove the carrier sheet off of the front part of the apron and just remove it real gently. And everything looks beautiful, perfect. Look at this, super sweet. Now go ahead and remove the carrier sheets from the little gingies on the pockets. And look at this, so satisfying. And then here's the other one real quick. Just like that. And it's so cute. I love it. What a cute addition to my kitchen. Now I found these at Dollar Tree. These are the oven mitts. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing to the oven mitts. And then I don't show it, but I also do the same thing to one of the little kitchen towels from the Dollar Tree. And here's a little set. And here is the apron. Super cute. For DIY number 12, I'm going to begin by using some of this foam clay that I bought off of Amazon. And if you've ever worked with foam clay, it's very squishy, very soft, and all you have to do is just condition it by pulling it and pulling it until it starts to firm up a little bit. So here I am taking this mold that I purchased off of Amazon actually a couple years ago, I believe, and I'm just going to press all the clay in there until it looks like this, and I'll place a board underneath it to allow it to dry and cure. Now here are all my pieces nice and dry and cured, and I just go ahead and pull them all off. The tiny little pieces I did pull off, but I ended up not using them in this video. And now I'm taking an X-Acto knife to scrape off any extra pieces that were on there. Now everything looks great. I'm going to now go in with some Elaine's tacky glue to start adhering everything. And I'll just begin by adding a nice line of glue and placing two of the walls together, a front one and a side one. And I do the same thing for the other set. Now I do wait a little bit in between this drying time, but not too much. I believe only about half an hour I actually waited for this to dry. And it was enough time for me to proceed. So I'm going to go ahead and add some more glue, but here you can see I added the glue on the wrong side on this one piece. It's supposed to be on the inside. So now go ahead and place that on and allow that to dry a little bit. And now I can proceed to add the roof panels. So I'm just going to follow the line with some more of the Elaine's tacky glue, and I'm just going to place both of these roof panels on top like this. And now I'm going to go ahead and allow this to dry completely. I'm going to set it aside so it'll dry and cure. And now we'll come back to it. Here it's nice and dry. Now I'm going to go in with some of this Waverly antique wax. And I'm going to give it a nice light coat just to give it a little bit more dimension, more interest, and to kind of highlight some of those details. So I'll just go ahead and go around this whole thing. And I'm really liking the two-tone. So now I'm going to go in with the puffy paint from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to outline this whole little house to my liking. And I'm just going to take my time. It looks like this. Allow that to dry completely. And now I'm going to take some of the plaster Waverly chalk paint and do a third tone. That way it gives it that worn out farmhouse look, because after all, that's what we're doing. We're doing some farmhouse gingerbread DIYs in this video. Now here is a Dollar Tree plaque with some of the Waverly antique wax. And I'm going to go in with the Waverly plaster paint to give it that worn out look as well. So it looks like this. Now I'm ready to take my little house and adhere it to my plaque. And I'm just going to use hot glue for this part. It'll work fantastic. And I'll place it right towards the center. And now it's time to do some embellishing. And I went in with some of these wood stems, some gingies, some florals, and some ribbon until it looks like this. Here is one side. Here's the other side. And here's the very front. For DIY number 13, I'm going to use some tumbling tower blocks. These are the ones in the brown color, so I don't have to paint. Love that. And I'm going to use some of this super glue wood glue, which you guys know I love. And I'm just going to start building a Christmas tree with these. I made these before, actually when I first started my first channel, my shopping channel, and I did my crafts there. I made some of these trees. I'll show you a picture right here. These are not going to be as tall as those other ones. They're just going to be a little shorter. But nevertheless, I'm going to make two of these little trees because I think they are super cute and super easy to put together. So here are both of my trees. I'm going to set these aside, allow them to set because this is a lot of glue. In the meantime, I'm going to take some more of these tumbling tower blocks. I'm going to use up all my brown ones because I don't have to paint. So that's great. So now I'm going to take my drill and a piece of wood and I'm going to create some holes. So I'm going to hold them tight with my fingers like this and then make my holes. I don't go all the way through, just halfway or so like this. So this is going to be holding my trees in place. So I'm just taking my time. It looks like I'm going fast, but I'm not. I'm actually going slow. Just want to make sure these things don't fly away. So here's one, and here's the second one. And now I'm going to take some more of these tumbling tower blocks, and I'm just going to use 3 together using the same super glue wood glue to create a little base. Just 3. Here's some more glue like this, and I'll do 2, 1 for each of the trees. And again, little glue goes a long way, a lot better than a lot of glue. A lot of glue will just take forever for this to dry, or dry overnight. So you have choices. So here I'm just going to allow these to dry for a second, putting them aside. And I'm just going to take one of these wooden dowels from the Dollar Tree, these little mini ones, and I'm going to cut it with my miter shears, and I'm going to cut them in a staggered way. That way they're not even, they're not exactly the same. Paint them with the nutmeg brown, and then go in with the wood glue again, add a little dab to the bottom, and placing it inside the hole, and then just kind of push them in. And I do this to both, and I'm going to set them aside, allow them to dry a little bit, that way I can proceed. Now in the meantime, my little trees are dry. I'm going to go in with the puffy paint, the fabric puffy paint from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to start to do some more of the drips of the icing, faux icing accents like this, and I go along all of the edges until it looks like this. Now here it's still wet, so I'm going to take my craft clamps to help keep them stable. Now here's both of them. They're both still super wet, and I'm so careful here that I don't want to drop them. What a mess that would be. I'd have to start over. So I'm going to take my parchment paper again and my super fine sugar glitter and give these a nice glistening look like this. And again, being very careful. One wrong move and disaster. Here's the other one. Do the same thing. And I think I did touch like a little corner at this point here, but it wasn't so bad. But you can see it on the parchment paper. You'll be able to see a little white speck there where I actually touched it. But look how cute. So I'll set these aside. Make sure that nothing touches it, nothing bumps into it. And here I'm going to do the same thing with these bases. Now at this point the glue has already set for the most part, literally that quick. So I'm going to do the same thing. So they look like this. And again, give it a little bit of that sugar glitter decadent look. So here I'm just going to fill them up and then remove the rest. And I do this to both. Just gives it that magical Christmas look, I think. So now here I'm going to set them aside, allow these to dry. Now these I ended up drying overnight because it was a lot of paint. So here I'm just going to show you how I put my glitter back in the container. I just kind of fold this parchment paper and just let it go back down, go back in. And that way I don't have a big mess everywhere and it's contained. So yeah, it's great. So put this aside for another time. Now here's the next morning. Everything nice and dry and set. I can remove my craft clamps. Looking great. Ooh, that was close. I was so scared I was going to make a mess with these things. Okay, so now I'm going to use some hot glue and I'm going to place it on the bottom parts of the Christmas trees, and I'm going to set them on top of the wooden dowels and just hold it until the glue sets, which doesn't take long, so it works pretty great. And I'm just literally just holding it, and once I feel like it's set, then I'll just put it aside and do the second one. Okay, that one's done. And I do the same thing to the second one. Allow that to set completely. In the meantime, I'm going to take some more of the little gingerbread men. I'm going to add some glue, hot glue, and I'm just going to adhere them end to end to create like they are on top of each other. So I'm going to do a set of 3 and a set of 2. And the reason why I'm doing a set of 3 and a set of 2 is to help hold up the left side of these trees, because I don't know if you noticed, but the left side is a little longer than the right side, and I just felt like I needed some kind of reinforcement, and this will help because I'll adhere the head of one of the gingerbread to the tree and then the feet to the base. So now for the trio, do the same thing, and I think this will hold it well, like this. Now this one on the left is a little bit more crooked, so we'll just call that one whimsical. We have a whimsical one and a regular one. So now I'm going to take some of these plastic peppermints and I'm just going to do a dab of glue and add them to the very tops as like the stars or the toppers. So I place one on each, and then I use some more of these peppermints, a large one and a small one, to do some embellishing. And I place this on the back side like this. Like maybe they're just falling off the tree or something. And then I just take my time and do a little bit of embellishing, not too much. Kind of did it off camera. But here's how they look. For DIY number 14, 2 more of these Dollar Tree ornaments. These are the wintry mini wreaths. These are absolutely beautiful, but they don't go with my pink gingerbread theme. So I'm going to use my heat gun to help soften up all this glue. These are loaded with glue, a lot of glue. And if you notice the little white berries, those are the ones that I used for my Christmas trees from the DIY prior. So now that I removed everything except for the little hanger, I'm going to use 2 more of these gingies, and I'm going to paint them with my pink puffy paint in this manner. Super adorable. And again, I'm going to utilize some more of this nail art. Yes, nail art. It's great. And I'm just going to embellish them with a few of these. And while the paint is drying, I'm going to go in with some of these mini bottle brush trees from the Dollar Tree. And I was also going to use some of this greenery, but I ended up not using it. And then my little gingies right here. And now all I'm going to do is take these bottle brush trees and I'm going to screw off the bottoms, the little wooden bottoms. And I'm just going to add a little dab of glue and I'm going to poke them inside these little wreaths because they are foam until they look like this. And then I'm going to take some of this transparent ribbon and I'm just going to create some little bows and place those on the very top to go with the existing clear ribbon for the hanger. And I'm just going to place it like this. And then I'm going to take some more of these berries and placing these as embellishments. And then I'll just take some more of the Dollar Tree Fix All adhesive and place some on each of the backs of these little gingies. Because again, these are, I'm pretty sure they're silicone. And I want to make sure they don't fall off. So I'm going to add those. And then that is it. Look how adorable they look. Here's the little boy. And here's the little girl. For DIY number 15, sets of these burner covers from the Dollar Tree, and I'm taking so many because I need 3 of the smaller ones, and these only come with 1 large one and 1 smaller one, so I needed 3 smaller ones and 1 large one. And now I'm going to go in with some of this acrylic spray paint from Amazon. It works great and it's pretty affordable too, better than the stores. So now I'm going to take these acrylic paint markers, and for this DIY all I'm going to do is create some faces on these burner covers, because these are actually going on my stove. Nothing fancy about it, just 2 eyes, a nose, a couple cute little cheeks, a mouth, eyelashes for the little girls, a little bit of lips for the little girls, and then I just go around the whole circumference of this circle and do a little bit of frosting. This is how they look, and this is how they look on my kitchen. For DIY number 16, I'm taking these paint brushes and I actually end up using 2 of the natural chibi brushes. I don't use this black one, but here I'm just, at this moment, that's what I was going to use. And I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color Nutmeg Brown and give them both a good double coat. Now I'm going to take these acrylic markers and I'm going to start drawing some little faces. You guys know I'm not great at faces, but I'm going to try. And I did speed it up quite a bit because we don't have time for this. This took a while. So I just sped it up so you guys can see that I did make these. I didn't give it to my kids because my kids, they can draw, but not me. But yeah, this was sped up a lot. So now this is how they turned out. I think they look cute. Now I'm taking some more of this fabric. I had a few more of these strips. So I went ahead and used my Fabric Tech glue and I'm going to join them together because I need 2 extra long strips and these are all kind of short, so this will do the job. This will adhere them together to create 2 long ribbons because I'm going to use these for some bows. So all I'm going to do is place this ribbon behind my brush, and I'm going to create a bow. And I want these bows to be big and floppy, kind of old-fashioned-y, and I think that just gives it the look. So I do this to both, and here's how they look. For DIY number 17, I'm going to begin with a pack of some of these Dollar Tree straws. Here's what the package looks like. These were extras from last year that I happen to have, so the package is open. And I'm just simply going to snip these in these different sizes. I'm going to create a little ladder to go with my tier tray. And since these are paper straws, I'm going to use some of the Dollar Tree's bamboo skewers to fill them in the inside, and that way they are strong and they'll last a long time. So I'm just simply going to snip off the excess, what I don't need, and I do this to all of my pieces. Now I'm going to take a little bit of hot glue and put some in both ends of my straws, because I'm going to place these bamboo skewers inside, and that way they won't fall out or slip out. And I do this to all of them in the same manner. Just a little dab here, and a little dab on the other side, and then just put the bamboo skewer in like that, and it sets pretty quickly. And here they're all ready to go. And I'm just showing you that all the bamboo skewers are in there. Now I'm going to start assembling my ladder, and I'm going to begin with my smallest, which is this one. I'm just going to add a couple dabs of glue, one on each of the straws, and placing the small rung on top. And then I'm going to take the longest one and place that one on the bottom. That way I have a good start. That way they're nice and even. So I just begin by placing the long one down, and then I'll space the other two just for a test run to see how it looks. Looks great. But once I added the hot glue, the second step is longer. Oh my goodness. Try. Okay, so now I'm going to take some of this baker's twine. This is from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to add a little dab of glue on my straws, and I'm just going to crisscross and secure these together. That way they will stay and they won't fall apart easily. So I'm just going to take a little dab of glue and kind of secure the end, and then snip off the excess with my scissors. And then I do this to all of the joints on the ladder, and until they look like this. Now these are a bunch of bamboo skewer tips that I've been cutting off, but I saved them, and I'm going to use them to attach these plastic peppermints. Now the Dollar Tree does have these. They are on the pink and green Christmas trees at Christmas time. These I got from Amazon in one pack. But yeah, if you wanted all Dollar Tree, just find those pink and green trees, and yeah, they're on the very bottoms of them. So now I'm going to add a dab of glue into the holes of these peppermints and pressing in the tips of the bamboo skewers, and these are going to use to press inside the ends of my ladder, and then that way each end will have a decorative look like this. And look, I'm even going to drop it to show you. It's durable, nothing's coming off. So now I'm going to add some of these little bows. Now if you think that's too much, you can always leave the bows off, but you guys know I'm extra. So now I'm going to use my little gingies. Of course, these were from last year. They don't have them at Dollar Tree yet, but I was able to find a bunch at clearance last year, so of course I scooped them up. And I'm just going to add some hot glue and place one on each of the rungs like this. Looking cute. The rest of them, I'll stagger them a little bit. That way they're not all just one in a row or all in a row. I'm going to add one here to the left. Hold it until the glue sets. Just takes a second. Like this. And then I'll add the next one to the right. Like this. And then the last one to the left. But yeah, for some reason they had a bunch of these last year on clearance. People didn't buy them. I was shocked. So of course, you know, I had to get them. And then I didn't show it, but I added a little bit of faux frosting on the tops of the ladder and the gingy. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 18, this embossed faux leather from Amazon. I thought it was so beautiful. It's literally embossed. And I'm going to take my extra little man that I had left, and I'm just going to take a marker and trace out my little gingerbread man, because I am flat out of gingerbread men. So I'm having to go for faux leather now. Hey, you do what you gotta do. Here's my little form, and I'll go ahead and do 3. And I'm going to take my scissors and snip off this piece, put away the rest for another time, and go ahead and cut them out so they're cut out perfectly like this. Now I'm going to put these aside. They are adorable. And I'm going to take this little chalkboard frame from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to snip off this twine. We're not going to need it at all. Now I'm going to take this Waverly chalk pen in the color lacquer, give it a full coat, and with my sanding sponge I'm going to distress this whole piece a little bit so it's just a little bit too bright. Now I'm going to take a baby wipe and remove any dust or paint that might have gotten on there, and it removes really easily like this, and I think it came out pretty fantastic. So now I'm going to take some of these plastic peppermints again, and I'm going to place them in the 4 corners, and that helps to kind of conceal the holes too. Adhere them with some hot glue. Now I'm taking some baker's twine and a little bit of hot glue, and I'm just taking my time, and I'm going to go around and outline this whole little gingerbread man with this red and white 2 twine. And so again, just take your time until you get it all the way done, and it just brings it to life. Look at that. I love this look. It's so cute. So I'm going to snip off the excess 2 twine. Just had to get it perfect. And look at that. It's so cute. So I'm just going to take some hot glue, and I'm going to adhere him to the chalkboard. I'm just going to do the bottom first. I don't want this to flop around and then get messed up. So I'm going to start with the bottom first, place it down, and then turn it around, and then do the top part. Do the arms and then the head. And now I'm sure it's not going to flop around on me. But look how cute. So for this one, all I want to do now is just get another piece of this red and white baker's twine, create a nice little bow with kind of long tails, and I'm going to adhere it to the top of this little chalkboard. So it's going to be adorable. Here I was thinking about placing it for like a bow tie on his neck, but no, I decided to just do it on the top of the little chalkboard. And look at that. It just makes it. It's so cute. Just a little dab of glue here and a little dab of glue over on the other side. Kind of let it flow down a little bit, like it's just a natural little look. And here's how it looks. 4 DIY number 19. 2 of these Dollar Tree arch windows, and I'm going to remove the cute little kitty cat pictures, and I'm going to remove the clips that are screwed on with Phillips screw, and I'm going to remove the kickstands on the back as well. They just pop off with a flat screwdriver, and just pull off the little ribbon that's on the back, and just like that I do that to both. I'm going to go in with the nutmeg brown color, and this time I'm using the tulip puffy paint because I ran out of the Dollar Tree stuff finally. And I'm just going to go around this whole piece and do some swirly lines to make it look like some faux icing and make these windows super cute. Now here I ended up doing 3 total. Now I had some of this mesh that had, to me it looks like snow, but I guess this came out around 4th of July time, so I'm not sure what it was supposed to be. But to me it looks like snow, so I'm going with that. And I'm just going to snip off a piece that's big enough for these windows. It's actually about the same width, but I just needed to cut the length. And I'm going to go in with some of the Weekend Fabric Tech fabric glue, and I'm going to adhere this mesh onto the backs of these 3 little windows. I am creating a little bakery with the snow on the windows. I thought that would be so adorable. So here it is, super cute. I do trim off all the ends, which is not much, like this, and I do this to all 3. In the meantime, I'm taking these snowflakes that came out a couple years ago. They were like LED lights. I'm just taking the snowflake parts, and I'm going to go in with some of the apple barrel nutmeg paint and some of the puffy paint, creating these cute little designs. And with my Cricut, I cut out this little smiley face to go in the center, and then I used this little gingy, which I forgot to weed it, but I do end up weeding it out, the little eyes and smile and bow tie. And then I also cut out this piece that says baking through the snow. Get it? I thought that was cute. And I'm adding some little snowflakes as well, which they're not really easy to see, but I don't know, I thought it was cute at the time. So here I'm weeding out the pieces that I forgot to weed, the little eyes, the little smile, the bow tie, and little sides until it looks like this. Now I'm ready to add these pieces onto the centers of the tops of my arch windows in this manner. I just use a little bit of hot glue and adhere them on like this. And I do this to all three. And now I'm going to take some hot glue and I'm going to add a nice bead of glue on the outside left side of the center arch window, and I'm going to press them together, the first two like this in an angle, and I'm going to take the last one, the third one, and I'm going to add the glue to the back side of the left side, and I'm going to place it on this side so it kind of looks like one of those screens, and this gives it interest or more stability. So now I'm taking the little gingies that I got from Amazon. They're made out of silicone. They are ornaments, but since I'm not going to need them as ornaments, I'm removing the little loops on the very top. And since they are made of silicone, you know hot glue and silicone, they don't mix well. Ask me how I know. I have found silicone gingerbread pieces laying on the floor. If you only use hot glue, it takes a couple days and they fall right off. So I'm going to go in with some of the Fix-All adhesive from the Dollar Tree, and this will work better. My little bakery. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 20, put in Christmas tree forms, these plaques from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color nutmeg brown, give it a full coat. Now I'm going to add one of these wooden doors that I purchased off of Amazon last year, and I had some extra, and I'm going to go in with some of the super glue wood glue, brush it on, and place it on the bottom. This is going to be a gingerbread treehouse. So now I'm going to take some of this baker's twine, and I'm going to adhere it to the edge of this whole Christmas tree with some of the Fabric Tech glue, like this. And I'll go all the way around, take my time, that way make sure I get it all on the edge, looking cute. And I even went around the little door. Yeah, look how adorable, oh my goodness. Now I'm going to take these little gingerbread guys and gals that I bought off of Amazon, and again, they're going to represent my grandchildren. I don't know, I just love creating for them. They're so cute. And I'm just going to adhere them in this manner. And now I'm going to take some of these peppermints, place them in these spots here. And everything I use from Amazon, I'll have it linked in my Amazon storefront, and it'll be in my link tree and in my description box. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 21, little tray from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to go in with the nutmeg brown paint, of course. Now I'm going to take this ribbon from the Dollar Tree, it's just the gingham, the red and white gingham, and I'm going to add a little dab of hot glue and pressing this down, kind of massaging in the glue a little bit, and then I'm just going to go all the way around this little tray. This one is super simple DIY. It's really simple. I'm just making a little jewelry holder or key tray for Christmas. So I'm just going to go around this whole edge of this, or outer edge of this little tray, until I make it back to the front, snipping off the excess. And then I'm going to take the same ribbon and create a nice size little bow, and I'm just going to dovetail the ends, of course, and then using some hot glue I'll adhere it to the very front of the little tray. And I do use a craft clip to keep it in place while the glue sets. Now I'm going to take the little girl Gingy head that I had, and I'm going to place a little bow on her head to make her look super cute. And now I'm going to take some of the wood glue super glue and I'll adhere her little head with that and then some hot glue as well and place it inside the tray on the top in this manner. So cute. Here's how it looks. 4DIY number 22. I'm going to take 2 of these wood rounds. I got them from Amazon, I think last year, and I painted them with a nutmeg brown by Apple Barrel. And now I'm going to take my markers from Artex and I'm just going to create some faces. And again, these are just simple gingy faces, nothing too difficult. You guys know I do easy. Here's some little noses and little cheeks and the mouths. And then I used whatever was left in the Dollar Tree puffy paint bottles because these tips are thinner and so the detailing it is a little easier. And then I just go in with the regular puffy paint, the thick one, to create the icing accents around the faces. I allow them to dry completely. Now these are dry. Now I'm going to take some of the Dollar Tree straws. They're thinner than the ones from Amazon, and some more of my Dollar Tree bamboo skewers. Add a little bit of glue inside, hot glue, and place those inside to get them to be a little stronger. And I do this to both. And then I just take some more hot glue, add it to one side of the straw with the bamboo skewer, place it on the base of the little gingy face. I'm making little lollipops for my tier tray. I thought that would look super cute. And then finally, I'm just going to create some little bows with that same peppermint stripe ribbon. And I'll just create one real quick to show you guys again. And just finagle the bow, pull the tails, pull the loops till you get it the size you want it. Snip off the excess, and I cut these at an angle again. And I'm just going to adhere it with some hot glue. I'll put a little hot glue on the back side and place it on my little girl. Oh, that's the boy. And then the extra one on the little girl, like this. And that is it. And it's so cute. Look at that. Here's how they look. For DIY number 23, I'm going to use one of these Dollar Tree crates, and I believe my friend Diane gave me this one as well. And I'm also going to take a craft stick. These are from the Dollar Tree. I just need one. And I'm going to take my EMT shears and snip off the 2 rounded ends. And as you can see, my stuff just flies everywhere. One day I'm going to remove that greenery and see what all's back there. And I'm going to paint these in the nutmeg brown by Apple Barrel. Now I'm going to use these thicker, chunkier straws. These are from Amazon. And I'm just going to snip off what I think I'm going to need and use the rest for another time. And I'm going to use some hot glue and place a good generous amount on the base and place this straw on the inside of the top right hand side of the crate, and then do the same exact thing for the left side like this. Now I'm going to take some bamboo skewers and cut them to size. I just need the pointy ends. I'm going to take some more of those plastic peppermints, add some glue inside the little hole that's there, and place my pointy side of the bamboo skewer inside, and just place these inside of the straws. And I do add more glue. I just didn't show it here, but I add more glue to help adhere it in there. And now using some hot glue, I'm just going to take my piece of craft stick and I'm going to place it up here like a sign. So I want to make sure it's going to fit right. So I just add a couple of beads of glue and then place it on the straws like this. Hold them down till it sets. And so this is going to be like a little candy holder. Just look how cute. Okay, so now I'm taking some more of this fabric that I've been using throughout this whole video. And I'm just going to add some glue to the inside. And I'm going to line the inside of this crate with this fabric, pressing it down with my silicone spatula because it is hot. Do the same thing to the other side. And then pressing it down. And then I go ahead and tack the overage on the right side. Add some hot glue there, just a tiny bit, and press it down. Now on the left side it's going to be too long, but that's okay. We'll just snip it. And then I do go ahead and fray the ends a little bit. That way everything is cohesive. And I go ahead and tack that down with some hot glue as well, like this. And then I take my white marker, and with just my handwriting, I'm just going to write on there Candy Shop in the old English kind of spelling. And then finally I just take some puffy paint and go to town with it, make it look cute and decadent. And that is it. This is how it looks. For DIY number 24, begin with a bag of the Dollar Tree wooden gingies, 14 in a pack, and I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color nutmeg brown and the Waverly chalk paint in the color Valley Slipper. And I'm going to use this puffy paint. This is also from the Dollar Tree, and it's actually a fabric paint, but it works very well as a puffy paint on wood. And I'm just going to go very basic for this moment. And I'm also going to use this other puffy paint that I made with just some white puffy paint, and then I added some of the Valley Slipper chalk paint. And this is very custom. You could do this basically with any color. Just mix the two together and then you have your own custom puffy paint. It's great. So here I'm just going to do very basic lines, and we'll finish embellishing these a little bit later. For DIY number 25, mini cutting boards that were in my stash, and I'm going to paint them in the nutmeg brown. And then I'm going to use this pink paint marker, and I'm just going to go around the whole perimeter edge of these two mini cutting boards so they look like this. And now I'm going to take two of my little gingies, one of each color, and adhere them to the fronts of these cutting boards. These are just absolutely perfect size for ornaments. Now I'm going to take some of this cotton twine from the Dollar Tree, and let me tell you, that's a fantastic deal there. I'm just going to snip off a little end, and I'm going to thread it through the holes because these will be my hangers. And I'm just going to do this to both. Click the little hangers. I'm going to add a little dab of glue to the back so I can press the knot on the back. That way there's no knot showing. Now I picked up this pack of nail art decorations, and they came from Amazon. And I'm just going to add a few little dabs of this white puffy paint or fabric paint. And with my tweezers, I'm just going to take these little bits of peppermints, the peppermint slices. And again, these are actually nail art. So I thought these would be perfect for little things. I've used them before in other videos, but they had the pastel colors, so I thought, oh, perfect. I'm just going to add those, and then I'm just going to finish this DIY with a couple of cute little bows using this gingham ribbon from Easter. And I used pink for the little girl, and then I used a yellow for the little boy. And I also added a little baker's twine bow on the little girl's head, and just like that. And that is it. Super cute little ornaments. Here's how they look. Here's the little girl, and here's the little boy. For DIY number 26, styrofoam cones from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to take some of this gingham fabric that I also purchased from the Dollar Tree, and I cut it in a trapezoid kind of shape. And I'm just going to take my hot glue gun and do a nice bead of glue, and placing one end on the back and stretching it as far as I can, and adding another bead of glue beside it and rolling it closed. Now once I get that done, I'm going to take my scissors and do a little trim wherever there's excess fabric, so on the top and then some on the bottom as well. Next, I'll take my hot glue and do a little bit of glue to adhere all these bottom pieces onto the styrofoam cone on the bottom of it, and then I also cut a nice little round to go on top of this to help finish the bottom up. So I'm just going to add some more glue and then place this on that piece and make sure it's all nice and adhered. And I'm using my silicone spatula so I don't get burnt. So now I'm going to add some to the top, close this up as well. I do add another little piece on top a little bit later to finish it up, but here they are, both are done just like that. Now I'm going to take some of this pom-pom ribbon. I think I got this one at Walmart, and I'm going to add a little dab of glue, and I'm just going to roll it in a diagonal form because I think this pom-pom trim is so adorable. So I'm just going to go all the way around and then do another dab of glue at the very bottom, right here, and hold that in place, and then go along the whole bottom. That way the pom-poms are kind of just dangling there. Yeah, look how cute. I think this is adorable. And I'll just go around and pat everything in place and snip off the excess. And then I'll do the same thing to my second little tree, just like that. Now I'm taking these two empty ribbon spools, and they happen to say burlap, and guess what I'm putting on there? Burlap. So I'm just going to wrap a little bit of burlap just to give these trees like a brown tree trunk look. And I'm just going to use a little bit of hot glue and of course my silicone spatula, because I will definitely burn myself without it. And I'll do the same thing to the second one. And then just to give it another look, I'm going to go in with some of this super cute gingham trim that I purchased off of Amazon. I think the Dollar Tree does have some, but it's a little thicker, but it's really cute. So I'm just going to add it to the top and bottom of this ribbon spool just to give it another little look. And I'll do this to both like this and adhere them onto my cone trees to give them a base. And look how adorable. And I did end up painting the very bottom just for good measure. Here I'm placing the second one, and look how cute. So now I'm going to take some more of this fabric and I'm going to create some quick little bows. This is not the ribbon, this is the fabric itself. And I'm just going to take some of the baker's twine and tie a little knot to create two bows. And I'm going to dovetail the ends and then place the bows on top. And this one was super simple and super quick. And this is how they look. For DIY number 27. And so I'm going to begin with 3 of the solar lights with the super cute butterflies inside. And I'm going to remove these butterflies. The best way I was able to do it is with my EMT shears. They just snip right off. So now I'm going to measure the insides of these jars because I'm going to place some little cute things inside. So I'm going to start with this little plank of wood from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to measure the pieces that I'm going to need to cut according to the measurements I got from the jars, the solar light jars. So here I'm just trying to outline the most I can cut. And yes, this wood you can cut super easy because it's just balsa wood. So I'm going to take my box cutter with a nice fresh blade, and I'm going to press down and score until it just cracks right off. So here I'm just scoring. You gotta push down, put some good pressure, and it'll just pop off like a cracker, just like that. Now I'm going to use the same blade to remove any excess pieces of wood and make sure it fits inside my little jar, and it does. Perfect. So now I'm just going to freehand a little house form. Now this one I made a little bit too intricate. It took me a little while to cut these out with my box cutter. So the next two you'll see that are more simplistic. Yeah. So now I'm taking my finger sander to sand off any excess pieces, any splinters or rough edges, until I get it to my liking. This is my second one and my third one, and as you can see, I'm just making the roof form, and that is all. Just cutting with my EMT shears this time, making it more simple. So if you want to do this, yeah, EMT shears, they cut it too. Okay, so now make sure all these pieces fit inside of my jars. They do. Perfect. So now I'm going to go in with my nutmeg brown paint, and I'm taking some of the Dollar Tree fabric puffy paint to create some designs. I don't show it all because it just took a while, but you guys know, if you guys follow me, it's just simple designs, nothing too fancy. So now I'm going to take some of this Dollar Tree peppermint patterned ribbon, and I'm just going to adhere a piece around the top edge where the solar light is. That way it gives it a cute look like this. Just a couple dabs of glue here and there, and that does it perfect. And I do this to all 3. Now they're ready. And now I'm going to take 3 of these Dollar Tree tags with the little gingerbread people on them, and I'm just going to take them and remove the baker's twine. I'm not going to need it. And I'm also going to use my heat gun to soften up the glue from the back to be able to remove these pieces. And just be careful because this is hot because it's metal, so be careful with that. Now I'm just going to take a spatula, Cricut spatula, I'm just going to pop them right off. So now I'm going to take some tumbling tower blocks that I painted in a nutmeg brown, and I'm going to place one inside of each of these jars as a base. And now I'm going to take the little houses, add a little bit of glue on the back, and adhere the houses to the tumbling tower blocks. And then I'm taking one of the little figurines of the gingerbread men and then putting it inside. Now I'm going to take some of these trees and add a couple to the background of these little jars. And I'm also going to add a little bit of fiberfill for that fluffy snowy look. And then speaking of snow, gotta add a little bit of the snowy flakes. And look how cute, looking like a little wonderland. So adorable. So now I'm going to place my lid on top. And then I'm going to place a little bow on the very top of the center of the lid. And then I place the stakes back on there because you can actually use this outside if you want, or you can use it indoors. Now here it is with the lights off. And now here they are with the lights on. And you also have options. You can use them and put them in candle holders. All of these candle holders, they fit perfectly. And here's how they look. For DIY number 28, decor pieces from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to take my finger sander and try to sand off some of this writing, and then I'm going to give it a coat of the white chalk paint from Waverly, and now I'm going to take some of this ribbon, snipping off 4 pieces that will fit these little house forms, and then using some Mod Podge, I'm going to add Mod Podge and then placing the little pieces of ribbon. They fit on there almost perfectly, and I do this to all 4. And then I'll take some more of the Mod Podge and do another coating on the very top. And again, I do this to all 4. And once it's nice and dry, then I'm going to take some parchment paper and my little mini easy press, and I'm going to secure all these pieces, make sure that they stay on there. Remove my parchment paper gently because it is still hot. Now I'm taking my scissors and I'm going to snip off all the excess pieces, the 2 on the top and the 1 on the bottom. And again, I do this to all 4. Now once I get this done, then I'm taking some of this lacy trim that my sweet friend Dina gave me. And this trim already has some adhesive on the back. It's like a tape. But if you don't have anything like this, of course, regular Dollar Tree lacy trim would work, just like I did for the other DIY. So now all I have to do is add my little gingies on there. And now I'm going to go in with some of the Tim Holtz Distressing ink, just to give everything that worn look, like it's been around for a while. Out in the farmhouse. And I do this to all the little houses until I like them, until I think they're cute. Gives it that interest. And then of course I'm just going to add some little bows to the tops, and I will tack down the tails, that way they don't flop everywhere. And then that is it. Super cute. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 29, Dollar Tree that I started last year and I didn't get to finish it, so I'm going to finish it now. So right away I'm just going to go in with some of the Mod Podge and give this whole piece a nice coat, actually just the body of this truck a nice coat like this, real generous. And I'm going to place another piece of this gingham fabric that I'm just loving. I'm loving for this video. I see a theme here. And I'm going to do another coat to seal it all up on the top. Allow this to dry completely, and now taking my scissors and trimming off the excess as best as I can for now, because now I'm going to go in with my finger sander and I'm going to sand off all the excess that is not cute. So if you have enough Mod Podge on your project, you should be able to sand this off with no problem, like this. See that? I'll go ahead and do a little bit more, and again, I'm a little bit off frame. Oh my goodness. But you can see here, it's coming up. And I just do this and get it all nice and trimmed. Now I'm placing my little door back on with some hot glue, and somehow my little truck and this door became a little bit bowed. So I'm going to have to use some craft clamps to hold it down while the hot glue sets. It didn't take long, so now it's nice and adhered. I'm going to go in with some more of this puffy paint, and I'm going to outline practically everything on this truck. I'm going to begin with the fenders and just move my way and just get it all covered. And I'm not going to make you watch me do the whole thing because, yeah. Until it looks like this. Now I'm going to set it aside to dry, and here it is, nice and dry. Now I'm going to take these peppermints. These are plastic from Amazon, and these will be the wheels for my little truck. And I'm just going to adhere them with some hot glue. Now last year I had a few extra of the little mini gingerbread men from the Dollar Tree that I had decorated, and I'm just going to take a few of these, add a little dab of glue on their feet, and place them on the truck bed like this, like they're standing. And again, there's 5, so yeah, you guessed it. I'm going to use this bottle of paint to help keep it straight up while I do my little adhering of my little gingerbread men. Here's a second one, or should I say gingerbread kids. And so here's 2. Now on the center, another one fits perfectly on the arms or shoulders, so that one's kind of like climbing on top, just being mischievous. And I'm going to do the little girl, which is my granddaughter, do her as the driver since she's the oldest, and then the littlest one in the bottom middle, like saying, hey, what about me? Oh my goodness. But look how adorable. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. Now I'm going to add the little tree that was on there originally that I had removed last year. Now this tree's not decorated because they're taking it home to decorate it. Yeah. So now here are some mini peppermints. These I got off of Amazon, and I'm just going to take one and add a nice glob of this puffy paint for the door, and I'm going to place this one little peppermint right in the middle for the door. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 30, I'm going to begin with 2 of these Dollar Tree gingerbread house plaques, one of these star wands, and 6 of these Dollar Tree Crafter Square wooden planks. So first thing I'm going to do is take my star wand, and I'm going to take my miter shears and remove the dowel. The dowel is all I really need from this piece. Use a star for another time. And I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color nutmeg brown, give it a full coat. And then these planks, I'm going to just paint the backside for this moment. I'm going to align them in this manner. And I'm going to take my wood glue and a thin brush, and I'm just going to paint the wood on there. I don't want the paint to be gloppy and coming out every which way, because it'll do that for sure. And I'm just going to place 3 of these together, allow those to dry and set. Here they are, nice and dry. And I'm going to take the other 2 planks and just very carefully add some glue to these, and I'll adhere them to the sides of the 3 planks that are adhered together. And I'm going to place these heavy bottles of paint to help them stand up until the glue sets. And I'm going to take some of the Dollar Tree cubes, wooden cubes, and I'm just going to add a little bit of glue to 2 sides, and I'm going to add them to help reinforce these walls. That way there's a little bit more security and strength. And I'll do this to both sides. And then just to reinforce this a little bit more, I'm going to add a bead of glue on the inside seams of the 2 walls that meet the bottom in this manner. And then I'll go ahead and paint. And now here are the gingerbread houses that I painted. Now I'm going to take a piece of wood, and I'm going to place one of the gingerbread houses on top, and with my drill I'll create a larger hole, and this hole is going to be big enough for my dowel like this. And I'll do this to both of the houses. Now that I have the houses ready, I'm going to take the Dollar Tree puffy paint, which is actually a fabric paint, and I'm going to start painting the roof line with faux snow. Now here I decided to add a couple of doors, and I'm going to go in with the same paint, and I'm going to adhere them to the little houses, the plaques. And now I'm ready to finish my painting with my puffy paint, and now I'm using the tulip puff paint instead because I ran out of the Dollar Tree paint. And this is the design I decided to paint them, and I'm going to set them aside to dry. In the meantime, here is my base, and then here are my plaques, nice and dry. And the rest of this I'm just going to use some hot glue because I wanted this to adhere immediately. So I'm just going to adhere one of these houses to the front and then reinforce it with the beaded hot glue on the inside. And then I went ahead and did the same thing to the other side. Add a nice bead of glue to the house plaque and place it on the front, and then turn it around and reinforce that side as well. And if you haven't guessed it yet, I am making a gingerbread house toolbox. So here's my dowel, putting it through the holes that I created, and look at that, it looks great. Now I don't like these gaps on the sides, so I'm just taking some craft sticks, cutting them down to size, painted them with the same paint, and with just a little bit of hot glue, I'm just going to put these in these corners, that way they're complete. And now I'm just going to use some more puffy paint to create more designs on the corners and on the two sides of the toolbox. Here's how it looks complete, and here it is full. For DIY number 31, two of these corrugated cardboard Christmas tree ornaments from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to remove these embellishments. They are adorable, but they don't go with my color scheme for these ornaments, so I'm just going to carefully remove them. Now if you do this, be careful because it will tear your cardboard, because after all it's just cardboard, so it will tear it, but don't worry, it will fix that. So I'm going to go in with some more of my puffy paint in the pink, and I'm just going to go along this whole outline and just take my time until I get them both completed like this. Now for the center where I kind of tore it, I am taking some of this glittery nail polish. This is also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to add the glitter to this nail polish, and while I have it out, I'm going to go ahead and do my nails too. This is lovely. Okay, so we'll allow that to dry. It will dry clear. Now I'm just going to add a little bit of embellishments to the fronts of these Christmas trees with some other pieces from other ornaments that I've taken apart. And I'll add one little gingy to each of my Christmas trees, a brown one on one and a pink one on the other. And it's just a fun way to embellish these little ornaments in the gingerbread decor. And here's how they look. Super cute. Here's one, and then here's the other. For DIY number 32 of these Dollar Tree wooden mugs, and I'm going to separate them to create 4 groupings, and I'm going to adhere them with the wood glue. So I'm just going to adhere them all together, that way it creates like a block of a mug instead of a thin piece of mug. And I'm going to hold them all nice together and holding them in place with some of the craft clips while the whole thing of glue sets. And I do that to all of them. Now I have 4 total, and they're nice chunky. So now I'm going to take some of this Waverly chalk paint in the color hazelnut and give them a complete coat of paint. And now I'm going to take these 2 puff paints from the Dollar Tree, this red and this black, and I'm going to actually mix them together in this little bowl, and I'm going to create my own brown puffy paint because they didn't have brown, so if they don't have brown, I'm going to make my own. So I'm just going to use a little bit of the red and some of the black, mix it all up, and I like the color, but it looks a little bit too dark, which I really don't mind. It looks like chocolate, but I went ahead and added some of my nutmeg brown just to see if it'll lighten up a little bit more, and it did. So we went with this. Now it does end up drying dark anyway, so it is what it is. So now I'm just going to take my paintbrush and paint all this puffy paint on these 4 what are going to be cookies. That's why I wanted them thick. So here I'm finishing up, making it look like it's thick hot cocoa in these gingerbread cookies. The rest of it I stuck it in this empty puffy paint jar because waste not, want not, right? Okay, so now I'm going to take the white puffy paint from the Dollar Tree and I'm going to go along the whole top for the whipped topping, of course. Every hot cup of cocoa needs some nice thick whipped topping. And I do some other little embellishments, little swirly lines, just to give it that kind of steam look. And now I'm using these glass beads and these pieces of plastic tubes from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use them as sprinkles. Now I'm going to go in with the black puffy paint to create some faces. So I'm doing the eyes with a little bit of eyelashes for 3 of them, and then one of them I don't add the eyelashes. And then I do a little smile, and then I use the white puffy paint for the pupils of the eyes, and then I go in with the red puffy paint for their little cheeks and for the little nose, just to make them look super cute. And now all 4 have different personalities and this is how they look. For DIY number 33, I'm going to take one of these MDF plaques from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to go in with the nutmeg brown on some of these stripes, and then I'm going to do some of the stripes in this red. In the meantime, I'm going to take these door pull handles from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to take them outside and spray paint them with some of this red satin paint and give them a full coat. Now I'm going to place these on the sides of my plaque, and using my Sharpie, I'm going to just add a couple little dots to know where I'm going to drill holes. And now using a block of wood and using my drill, I'm just going to drill holes straight through all the way to the other side, and I do this to all 4 of my little dots. Now I'm going to use some of these wood blocks that I had in my stash and some wood glue super glue to adhere these on, and then of course I place my little handles on with the screws that it came with, and then that is it. Super cute. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 34, these bottle caps, and I'm going to take my spray paint in the color Espresso, paint them up in this brown color, and then I'm just going to take my markers again and draw some little faces. But I think my brown was a little bit too dark, so it's going to be difficult for you guys to see exactly until the final reveal. So now I'm going to take some puffy paint and do the little swiggly lines on the top, and I also do the bottom as well. And here is how one of them looks. Look how adorable. So now I'm going to take some baker's twine and create some little loops, and I'll adhere them to the back with some of my Fabric Tech fabric glue, because hot glue and metal, no, they don't work. But this Fabric Tech glue worked pretty well, holding my little loops to the back, because these are going to be little ornaments. And here's how they look. For DIY number 35, I'm going to take a bunch of these little blocks, wood blocks from the Dollar Tree. I don't remember how many I used, maybe 25 or 6 or 7, 20 something. Just use whatever you want to use. Okay, so I'm going to go in with the super glue wood glue again with this one, and I'm going to begin by adhering 3 of these little blocks together, and I'll show you here. I'm just adding some little bits of glue just to get a head start. But I'm just going to adhere 3. Well, here's 2, but I'm going to add 1 more. So here's 3. And then I'm going to do, I think, 1 more on this one, 4. And then the 2 with a 3. Like this. So I'm going to set these aside, allow them to set for a minute. They don't take long. So now I'm going to start building onto this, and I'm going to add a little bit of glue on the corners. And I'm just going to join the corner to that bar of wood that I created, like this. And then on this last one, I'll add 2 corners of glue, and I'll adhere them by the corners to create kind of an arch shape. And then I'll do the same thing to the other side. Well, I do the same thing to the second one, like this. For this one, I only did 2, so like this. And then I'll just keep adding, and I'm just going to take my time, and I'm just going to do the tiny little bits of glue because I don't want it to be too gloppy. And then here's the last one for the first formation, like this. So I'm kind of making a circle, like a circular shape. And on the other 2, it's kind of a circular shape, but it's not. I don't know if that's making sense. I'm glad you guys can see what I'm doing here because it's hard to explain this one. But anyway, just do this. And for this last one, I'm going to add it on top, but not straight, not like this. I ended up moving it because that's not right. I'm going to put it in a diagonal like this. And then I'll start adding to this one in the same manner. So in here, that way they kind of stagger. So the void underneath will have one on top, if that makes sense. What we are creating here is a Christmas tree. So you can start to imagine here what this might look like. I'm just going to do little dabs of glue, and I'm going to add some to the bottoms as well. That way the bottom of the block will adhere to the block underneath. So here I'm going to add one more here. I probably didn't need that other block, but I added it. That block could have actually been gone. But here I'm going to do the other side and just take my time, add a dab of glue on the bottom and place it. See how this one has a third block? I probably didn't need that other third block, but oh well. I left it there. So now I'm ready to add this little grouping here, and for the most part it's setting well. It's not completely set, but I'm going to work with it because I need to continue. So I'm going to add some more of the super glue, wood glue, and I'm just going to kind of like place it on there. And yes, it kind of did fall apart a little bit, but I just quickly put it all back together. No problem. Try to make sure it's staggered. Now I'm going to take 4 more pieces and add these on the very top in this manner, like this. So you can kind of see that it's taking shape of a tree. Then I'm going to take one more for the very top and place it in the center like this. Now I'm going to set this aside, allow this to dry and cure completely because it's a lot of glue. Now here it is, nice and dry, looking good. And of course I'm going to go in with a nutmeg brown paint by Apple Barrel, paint it up. Look, now you can see it's a little Christmas tree, 3D. Now I'm going to use some of the Dollar Tree puffy paint. It's actually a fabric paint. And I'm just going to go around all the top and side edges of this little formation, this little Christmas tree, little block Christmas tree. And I'm just going to take my time and do the drips. I love doing the drips, the faux frosting. Love it, or faux icing. I love it. This is one of my favorite parts of gingerbread DIYs. Look how cute. And I did this to the whole thing. Like this. Look how cute. Okay, so now I'm just going to take one more of these eye hooks. And I'm going to create a hole on top. And put the eye hook in. Nice and anchored on top. And I'm going to add my baker's twine hanger. Just tie it on there. And then last but not least, I'm going to do a little bit of embellishing. I'm going to use some more of these little gingies from the Dollar Tree and place them on and add a little bow. And that is it for this one. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 36, I'm going to begin with a pack of these DIY wood cubes. They are the wooden dice from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to go in with the Apple Barrel paint in the color Nutmeg Brown. And I'm also going to use a few of these wooden skewers also. So now here I'm trying to find the best direction that I want these. I want all the grains to go the same direction. I'm going to take my drill and I'm going to create a hole for each of these dice. But I'm just going to start with one for now to make sure that bamboo skewer is going to fit, and it doesn't. The hole's not big enough, so I'm just going to use my drill to make a wider hole, and now it fits perfectly. So I do this to all three, and I'm going to adhere the bamboo skewer to the wood dice with some of the super glue wood glue. You guys know this is my favorite. I'm just going to press it in there and get it nice and secure. And again, do this to all three like this. Just kind of make the hole a little wider by maneuvering my drill in that manner. See right here, gotta do it again. Sometimes it's just a process. Add a little bit of glue and put it inside like this. Now let those dry and cure. And now I'm going to take my markers, my acrylic paint markers from Artex, and I'm going to draw my little gingy faces. And again, you guys know I just do simple because, yeah, it might look a little interesting if I go a little too elaborate. So I just keep it simple. It's best for me. So now I'm going to use some of the fabric puffy paint from the Dollar Tree to create some pupils for the eyes. And then I'll also use it to make some little freckles on the face. I think those would look so cute, and they're pretty easy, kind of hard to mess up. And now I'll use some more to create some of the icing on the top of these like this. And now I'm going to take a piece of parchment paper to protect my surface, and I'm going to use some of this super fine sugar glitter from Amazon, and I'm just going to give it just a little bit on here and shake the rest off. And look how cute. And I'll go ahead and do this to all three of my little cake pops, and I'm going to allow them to dry completely. Now here they are, nice and dry. Look at that. Now I'm safe to add my straws because I wanted the bamboo skewer to be a little more decorative than just a piece of wood, or should I say bamboo. And I'm going to measure how much I need, snip off the excess on these straws, and I don't show it, but I did add some hot glue to adhere them on. And then finally I'm just going to add some little bows. I'm going to use this Dollar Tree ribbon, and I'll just create one real quick to show you guys how I make these little bows. Just kind of tug the tails and the loops in this manner till you get the size that you want. And then for these, I'm just going to snip them off at an angle like this. And I'm just going to add them with some more super glue. And that is it. Look how cute for your tier tray. Here's how they look. For DIY number 37, these two empty ribbon spools, and I'm going to remove the cardboard tops, just leaving the centers. And now I'm going to go in with some of these wood slices from the Dollar Tree. Here is the pack, how it looks. And I'm just going to go around this whole ring and adhere it with some hot glue. And then here's another way I did it. I kind of placed them on the table and then placed the glue on the actual cardboard round and then putting it down like this. Now that both sides are nice and covered with the wood slices. And now the center, I'm just going to take some of this white and red gingham ribbon, and I'm just going to adhere it with some hot glue. One side first, kind of tug it, and then do the other side nice and tight. That way it's nicely embellished. And now I'm going to add my hanger with some more of this baker's twine, and I'll just wrap around it and create a nice knot. Now I'll take this knot and put it on the underside, and I'll go ahead and anchor it in place with a little bit of hot glue. That way you can't see it. Now once I do that, then I'm going to take some of this florals, and I'm just going to put a piece inside, one on each, and then take a gingy and placing one on each like this. And these are super cute little ornaments. Farmhouse and adorable farmhouse gingerbread. Look how cute. And here's how they look. For DIY number 38, in this mini rolling pin from Amazon, and I'm going to go in with the same paints that I used earlier in this manner. And then I'm going to go in with some of this pink and white gingham fabric from the Dollar Tree. It's part of the breast cancer awareness collection that they have going on right now. And this fabric is really cute. It's kind of unique because it's got like blotches, so I think that just makes it special. and I'm going to figure out how much I'm going to need. And thank goodness for these lines, it makes it easy to cut and figure out how much to cut. So I'll go ahead and cut this little piece, and I'm just going to roll it real quick to see exactly how much of the length I'll need. Snip off the excess, and now I'll take my Mod Podge. This one is from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to take a little bit, place it on my rolling pin, and now smooth it out. And now I'm going to place it down on my fabric and do the same little rolling method by pressing everything down, adding a little bit more of the Mod Podge on the end. That way it seals it up nice and tight, pressing it down. And then I'll add a little bit more Mod Podge on the outside just to seal everything up. And now I'll just place these on some clamps just to keep it up so it'll dry nicely. I'll set this aside, and now I'm going to go back in with that same fabric. One end had a nice frayed edge, so I decided to remove that piece for my next project. You'll see it in my next DIY, but it's super cute. Look at that. So now here is my little rolling pin, nice and dry, and I'm just going to go in with some of this rickrack from Easter. Again from Easter. Hey, this stuff works. It's color coordinating. I'm just going to snip off 2 little pieces, and I'm just going to use my Beacon Fabric Tech glue adhesive onto the sides in this manner, and I'm just going to gently place these pieces of rickrack, try to match the end to the end of the fabric where it ends. And I did this to both sides, and then I added a little bow off camera, and here's how it looks. For DIY number 39, and I'm going to begin with one of these Dollar Tree gingerbread men, and I'm going to stain it with some of this antique wax that I had mixed with some water in this jar. So I'm just going to dab it all over the place, allow it to absorb, set, and dry. So I'll set it aside. I wanted to use this tag, I had this available, so I went ahead and used this, and I'm taking some spackle to give it some texture. I'm just going to rub it everywhere in this manner, allow that to dry. Now I'm going to take my other jar of my Waverly Antique Wax, the real stuff, not the watered down stuff, and I'm going to give it a coat of that. And now I'm going to take my gingerbread man, add some of the Dollar Tree super glue wood glue and some hot glue to place this on the tag. And I'm having to hold it down because this little gingerbread man is a little bit bowed, so I had to kind of like hold it down and press it down. Now I'm going to take these candy cane foam clay pieces that I created for another DIY, and I'm going to take some of this distressing ink by Tim Holtz, and I'm going to distress all these pieces and giving it that rustic look. So now I'm going to try to piece these on my board, on my tag, just using some hot glue. I'm going to press it down and do my own pattern, and I'm just using what I have on hand, and I just happen to have these little pieces still available, so I decided to use them. And they're just, like I mentioned, they're just foam clay, so they're super light and they're very flexible. So here I'm just having fun, just adding some hot glue and placing them in this pattern. So now I'm going to take some more of this Tim Holtz distressing ink to give it a little bit more of the distressing look. So now I'm going to take a piece of jute twine, and I'm going to add these little beads on the ends, tie little knots to keep them in place, and then I'm just going to create a quick little bow for the top of her head. And I'm just going to take a little dab of glue and adhere this to the very top of her head. Once I get my little bow made, cute. And I just place it right where the hole is on the very top and just have it kind of hang down. Now here I picked up this ornament from Dollar General, I think. It was only $1. I'm just going to add some hot glue and place it on the front. And of course, got to go in with some of the Tim Holtz distressing ink to give it that rustic look. Super cute. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 40, begin with using this wooden breadboard from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to go in with the nutmeg brown again. Now here is that piece of fabric that I snipped off the cancer awareness gingham fabric. And I'm going to go in with my Beacon Fabric Tech adhesive, and I'm going to adhere this piece of fabric onto the top of this breadboard, and then go all the way around to the back as well. That way it's a nice finished look. And then I'll adhere the end, snip off the excess, and of course I'll save the excess for something else, for another video, maybe Easter, who knows. Now, speaking of Easter, I'll go back in with this Easter rickrack in the color pink, and I'll use my Fabric Tech glue. That's great for fabric, ribbons, all kinds of materials. Works great. And I'll just adhere it going all the way around to the other side, and it dries pretty quickly, so that's one thing why I love so much about it. And it's not as quick as hot glue, so I do have time to move it around if I need to. Okay, so now that that's done, I'm going to go in with one of these little clay silicone gingerbread ornaments from the Dollar Tree. I don't think they're new. I think they had them last year, but I never did find them last year. And I'm going to remove these little eye hooks. They are great for other projects. And these little embellishments, they come right off. Just kind of peel them off. And I'm going to do my own embellishing. I'm going to use my homemade puffy paint. And I'm just going to do a little dress form on the little girl. Nothing fancy, just a little bit of an outline of a little dress. And I wanted to give her this look with the pink puffy paint. And just take my time and get it all nice and looking cute. And I'm actually really liking this pink gingerbread theme. I really do. So now I gave her a little smile and a couple of little cheeks. Now I'm taking some more of these little nail art pieces, and I'm going to place them where her little buttons are supposed to be. And I think I use all the pink, well, not all the pink ones, but I think I use just pink on here as well. I do mix them up throughout my video, you'll see that. But here I'm just gonna stay with the pink. And once I get this completed, then I go ahead and take some of the Dollar Tree Fix All adhesive to adhere her onto the little breadboard. She has the look of clay, but I'm pretty sure she's a silicone. And if you guys know, silicone and adhesive, they don't mix. Hence our silicone spatulas. Okay, so now I'm going to use some more of this pink gingham ribbon, and I'm going to create a different kind of bow. I'm just going to wrap this ribbon around a good 5 or 6 times in this manner, and then I'll take some of the pink cotton baker's twine from the Dollar Tree, and I'll tie the center of these loops with this piece of cotton twine. And I tie it really tight, do a couple of knots, and then I'll go ahead and open up the loops to reveal a triple little bow. Super easy to make, quick, and so cute. And I do dovetail the ends, even though the ends really won't be shown too much. But I go ahead and dovetail them just to give that finished look. And then I'll just adhere it to my little breadboard, and then I'll use the ends of the cotton twine to tie it to the back. And now it's looking super cute, but I'm noticing I need a hole so I can hang it as an ornament. So I'm just simply going to take my drill and make a hole. Of course, I'm going to use a little block of wood to protect my surface and go ahead and create a hole. And then I'll go ahead and take some of that cotton twine, and using my tweezers, I'll just push it through to the other side and create my little hanger. And this is how it looks. For DIY number 41, I am taking a pack of these palettes, these art palettes for paint, for when you paint. And I'm going to go in with the same silver paint that I used earlier, and I'm going to paint them completely. I'm going to take some Mod Podge and give it a coat of Mod Podge. That way the paint doesn't scratch off. And once I get that done, then I'm going to take a little bit of the nutmeg brown that I had on my brush, and I'm just going to rust it up a little bit, because these will become little muffin tins or baking tins. So here I'm just taking these little pieces that I had in my stash. Most are from Amazon. And I'm going to use some of the Fix All, Super Glue Fix All adhesive from the Dollar Tree, and placing all these little goodies inside. And some of these little gingies also from the Dollar Tree, from those little silver tags. And then I'm going to take my crocodile, and I'm going to create some holes to place some baker's twine through. That way there's a little hanger. And now just threading the baker's twine through the hole, creating a knot. And then I place a knot towards the back, and I use a little bit of hot glue to keep it in place. That way the knot stays in the back. So here I just add a little bit of glue, anchoring that. And here's a little bouquet of the evergreen that I was mentioning earlier. These little bouquets that they had. I think it was last year or the year before. And I'm just going to add some of these and some little bows that I created with the baker's twine. And that is it. Super cute. Here's how they look. For DIY number 42, 4 of these Dollar Tree bamboo utensils and going with the nutmeg brown paint, of course. Now I'm going to take a Dollar Tree piping bag and some Dollar Tree nozzles, and I'm just going to place a nozzle inside the piping bag. I like the star tip the best. Snip off the point so I can put the nozzle through. And now I'm going to take some of the lightweight spackle from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to add some white acrylic paint because I want this to dry white and not gray, otherwise it'll dry gray. So now I'm going to mix it all up, mix it well, pour all my contents inside of the piping bag. Now if you watched some other of my videos, you'll know that I've done this many times and it usually works really well, but I don't know, this time something happened. Either the nozzle got clogged or I don't know what happened, but we had a little disaster. But I left it in to show you guys a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so here I go, happily trying to pipe this out. So far we're having a good start. And here's where it starts getting clogged up. I don't know if it was something inside the nozzle or what, but I ended up having to go to plan B and just smear it on my utensils. Now using a craft stick, I am spreading it all nice and even, trying to make it look like it's something. Which it turned out okay. Plan B does work sometimes. So here I'm taking these faux peppermint pieces, candy pieces, and I'm just adding them to each of my bamboo utensils. And here they are. I'm just showing you up close. They are adorable. There's just all kinds of different shapes. Okay, so now I'm just going to do a little bit of spritzing with water because my spackle was starting to dry up on me too quickly. And then these little gingies, I got them from Amazon, and I guess they're for jewelry. So they have these little hooks on the top, and I just removed them with some needle nose pliers, and then I stuck them in where the spackle is the thickest. That way they have a good basis to adhere. So here's the last one. They are adorable. They're like a resin, I think. So now I'm going to take the Dollar Tree puffy paint, and I'm just going to outline these whole utensils because I wanted to have a little bit more form. I felt like smearing it on there was okay, but I don't know, I just wanted a little bit more form. So puffy paint to the rescue. I love this stuff. So I went ahead and just did an outline on all 4 of these utensils in this manner, and I think this definitely made it look a little bit better. Every now and then I had to wipe off the nozzle, and yeah, look at that, it looks so much better, more uniformed. Okay, so now I'm going to take a piece of parchment paper and placing my utensils on top, and I'm going to add a little bit of faux snow to each of them. And I got Brave, and I'm using my super fine glitter. It's like a sugar glitter, super cute. Removing all the excess. Look how adorable they are. Oh my goodness, they are so cute. So here they are all 4 ready. So now I'm going to take some of this ribbon. I think I got this one at Walmart, and I'm just going to cut a little piece to wrap around the bottom part of the neck. I guess the neck, I don't know what you would call it, before the handle. Right here, and I'm just going to adhere with a little bit of glue, and I'll do this to all 4, and then I'll do tiny little bows and placing that on the front of these little ribbon pieces. Now if you don't like bows, leave them off. You can do greenery, you can do other things. When it comes to embellishing your items, your DIYs, yes, there's so many possibilities. Just have fun with it, and bows make me happy, so I'm adding the bows. Now I picked up these tiny little candy canes from Amazon, and again, those will be in my description box for you guys. And I'm just going to add a little dab of glue and place one on each of the little gingies' hands. So cute. And here's how they look. For DIYs number 43, 44, and 45, I'm going to begin with some of these Dollar Tree tumbling tower blocks. These come in two different colors, a natural and a brown. So this will be useful for my gingerbread themed DIYs for sure. So first I'm going to begin by taking a few of the brown, and I'm just going to create a rectangle in this manner. And I'm going to adhere it with some of the super glue wood glue, which you guys know I love. It's great. So I'm just going to make sure to add just a tiny little bit of the glue. I don't want it oozing out too much. Number one, it's hard to remove from my silicone mat. But just like this, now I just set that aside. Now I'm going to do a second formation. I'm going to take 3 more tumbling tower blocks, and I'm going to adhere them together like this. And then I'm going to take 2 more and place one on top and then one on the bottom to create this little formation, like a little solid rectangle like this. And then place that up top to allow that to dry. Here I'm wiping off some of that glue. Let me tell you, that glue is good. So I'm going to take some of the natural ones and I'm going to do the same thing. But this formation is going to be different on this one. I will be doing 2 of each, 1 of each color. This one's going to be a larger rectangle, more like a frame, like this. And then I'm going to add just the tiniest bits because let me tell you, struggle is real with some of my crafting supplies. Okay, so here I'm just trying to finagle it and get it nice and even, and then place that on there and then allow this to dry. And I do 2 of each like this. Now I'm going with some of the Waverly chopping in the color Snow White, and I give the natural ones a full coat. Now I'm going to take some of these jumbo straws. I do have some of the Dollar Tree straws, but I couldn't find them, and these are from Amazon, so I'm just going to use these. And I'm just going to cut them to fit into this hole. And I'm going to add a dab of glue to hold it in place, a dab of glue on the bottom, and a dab of glue on the top, like this. And then I'll just kind of squeeze the little piece of straw in there. And I just think this is going to be such a fun ornament. It's going to look so cute. So I'm going to go ahead and measure, kind of roughly measure another piece, and then I'm going to use this one to cut out some more because I'm going to use it for the larger frame as well. So here I'm just going to take a dab of glue and place the second one inside. And look at the colors. Does that not scream gingerbread and peppermint? So cute. So this one's a little bit too big. I'm going to have to cut a little bit. And now press that in there. I didn't want to bend it because it probably would have bent if I would have like shoved it in there. But just like that, those are ready. And now for the larger frames, I'm going to add these as well. Cut that for a template. And then cut some more. Like this. And then I have 4, just like that. So now I'm going to do the same thing. Add a little dab of glue on the top and on the bottom, and place that inside. And then I go ahead and do this to the other side and then the brown one as well, just like this. Now look how cute this looks. Oh my goodness, I just love it. I just have so much fun making ornaments. Now I'm going to take a piece of this plastic. It came off of a lettuce spring mix container. You guys know, if you follow me, you know that I like to use the lids for different projects because it is free crafting supplies. It's a free crafting supply. So I'm just going to cut it to shape and to size to fit on my little frame. That way it looks like a frame with a faux glass. So I'm just going to take this piece. I'm going to add a little dab of glue on all 4 corners. That'll be sufficient to hold this thin piece of plastic. Place it down and kind of tap it. And I'll do the same to the brown one. Add a little dab of glue on each of the corners like this. And place my plastic on top. And just kind of press it down. Now this is done, looking cute. Now it's time to add a couple little more embellishments. For the middle ornaments, I'm not going to add any of the straws. Instead, I'm going to add a little bit of burlap. So I had these 2 pieces, actually 3, but I decided to use this white one and just fray off the ends. I like a frayed end piece of burlap. I think it looks just so cute and so soft and kind of rustic looking. Press it down with my silicone spatula because who wants to get burnt? Not me. And then I had this kind of burgundy color piece as well, so I'm just going to fray the ends on that, kind of trim off some of the ends that look a little bit wonky, although sometimes the wonky looks whimsical. But for this I decided to go ahead and just trim it up, add a little bit of hot glue and press it down again with my silicone spatula. Now I'm ready to add my little gingies. I'm so excited. Now here I have these little gingies from last year. They're from the Dollar Tree, and I'm glad I still had some, and I hope they have them again this year because they're adorable. And I'm just going to add some hot glue and place them on like this. Add one to the bottom, and then add another dab of glue on the next gingy, and I'm going to add this one on the top. Kind of like it's a maypole, but it's not a maypole. It's more like a peppermint. I'm going to add that one in the center, and then this one in the center, and just like that, they're all adhered, looking cute. Now I'm going to add the hanger. I'm going to use some of this red and white baker's twine, and I'm going to create my little loops and tie them and have them ready. I'm going to do just a little loops for the 4 on the right. For the 2 on the left, I'm going to just use a couple strings for now. Now on Amazon I found these kind of eye hooks, and so there's like different sizes, and I'm going to use the teeny tiny ones, of course, because these are ornaments. And I'm just going to press these inside the wood. The tumbling tower blocks are a little bit stronger than what I thought they were because I tried to do it by hand, but I needed the help of my drill. As you can see here, I'm just trying to like push it in there, but I do have long nails too, so that doesn't help. Oh my goodness. So I had to bring out the big gun and made a little pilot hole with my drill like this, and now I could press that in. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of frame here. I'm still struggling because of my nails. So I went to plan C, which is my needle nose pliers. Hold that in place. That worked better. Now that worked perfectly. So if you have long nails, yes, utilize your needle nose pliers. Okay, so now I'm just going to add my piece of baker's twine inside the hole and thread it through, and just like that, voila! Cute little ornament. One done. And now here I'm going to do the same thing with the larger frame. Make a couple little pilot holes, because this larger ornament is going to have 2 of the eye hooks, one on each side, for better balance, and that way it'll look super cute on the tree. And again, just going to use my needle nose pliers. It works great. I made this pilot hole a little bit deeper so it was a little bit easier. So just get that twisted, and then finally my last one, get that one on there. Now for the hanger part on this one, I'm just going to thread the baker's twine through and make a knot nice and tight, and then snip off the excess, and then I do the same thing to the other side. That way it's a longer hanger, and like I mentioned earlier, that way it'll balance nicely. So here I'm just snipping off the excess, and then I do the same thing to the rest of them, and look how adorable they look. Oh my goodness, they are so cute. Now all I have to do is embellish with some bows and greenery, and just like that, they are done. Look how adorable. They are so cute. This is how they look. For DIY number 46, use some of these mini wooden spools that I got from Amazon. I got them last year. I had a bunch, so I'm just going to use these, and I'm going to create another little Christmas tree shape, but this is more of a 2D because it's going to be flat on the surface, but it'll be an ornament. And this is actually my thought process. I'm trying to see if I like it, if I want to continue, and once I get it all formed, I love it. So now I'm going to use some more of the super glue wood glue because I love this stuff, and I'm just going to take the glue and just add the tiniest little drops of glue like this on the top sides of the spools and join them together. And here I made a bunch of little groupings. Some are 2s and some are 3s. And I'm going to continue to add some more of this glue, just the tiniest little drop. That's all you need, that much. And just carefully join these together to create kind of a square like this. And then I'm going to add some more to to these two, just tiny drop. Oh my goodness. Like this, that's my base. Some more of that glue on my mat. Anyway, look, just like that. And now I'm going to start making the Christmas tree itself. And I'm going to adhere this to the side right here. And then another one to the other side. Like this. And then I just continue building. And again, we're going to stagger. So I just got to make sure it's going to fit right. I'm trying to see where my points are for my glue. They're more to the side when you stagger. So don't put them directly on the front. Put them to the side. And then they'll adhere perfectly like this. And there it is, my little tree formation. Now allow that to dry completely and go in with some of the nutmeg brown, of course. Now to embellish, I had some of this really thin ribbon. I think I got this from Amazon last year or even the year before. And for this, I'm going to use some hot glue because I need the immediate hold. And I'm going to add a little dab and place my ribbon. And then add a little dab to the bottom where the tree part is attached to the base. And I'm going to press it in there with my fingernail or with just my finger, my thumb. Like this, get it in place. Kind of hold it while the glue is setting and cooling down. And then add my next point right here on the side of the tree. And adding my ribbon. And pulling it taut, that way there's no give. And I'll just continue till I get to the other side. Like this. Look how cute. Now it's time to do a little bit of embellishing. And I'm going to go in with some more of my little gingies. Place those on top. They'll represent some of my grandkids, my little grandsons. And add it with a little bit of hot glue. In this manner. And now for my hanger, I'm just going to add a dab of glue to the end to make a makeshift needle. And I'm just going to poke it through like this, so simple. And then make a knot and tie it to make my loop. And then I'll pull the baker's twine through. That way the knot will be inside of the spool. And the knot will suddenly just be invisible. And finally, I'll just top it off with a little bow made with that same ribbon. Add it to the very top. And that is it. Super cute little ornament. Look how adorable. I think it's just cute. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 47, and I found this cute ornament for $1 at Walmart, so I went ahead and picked it up. And for this one, all I'm going to do is just literally adhere the two gingies on this little cutting board, one on each side, and then I'm going to take some jute twine and I'm going to wrap that around the top. And I'll just begin by adding a little bit of hot glue onto the cutting board on the back and securing one end, and then wrapping this jute twine around and then going back to the very back, snipping off the excess and adhering this piece with a little bit of hot glue like this. Now of course I have to get rid of these fuzzies, so I'm just taking my lighter real quick, removing that. And now I'm going to take some of these boxwood pieces from Walmart. I really like these greenery pieces, and I'm just going to add a few on the top, and I'll just adhere them with a little dabs of glue, one on each side and one in the center. And then from the Dollar Tree, I found these really cute berries. It's like a branch and it has these red berries, and I'm just going to snip off a tiny little piece with a little grouping of berries and just adding some hot glue, placing it on the very center, and that is it. Here's how it looks. For DIYs number 48, 49, and 50. 3 of these gingerbread cutouts made out of wood, and I got these from Amazon. They're ornaments, and I'm just taking my EMT shears and snipping off the hangers. We're not going to need them. And now I'm going to go in with some of the apple barrel paint in the color nutmeg brown, give them a full coat, both sides. Now I'm taking a piece of parchment paper, and I'm going to place my gingies on there. And I'm going to take my puffy paint from Tulip, and I'm going to fill in all the holes. So the eyes, the mouths, the arms, the legs, and the buttons. Everything. And I'm going to allow this to go through all the way to the parchment paper because when these get dry, we'll be using the underside. So the front side, it won't really matter what it looks like too much. I mean, you could be more exact if you like, but if it's not perfect, the underside will be perfect. So like this, now they're dry. Here I'm going to peel them off, and I'll show you in a second how they look. Now one of these, the buttons did come off the middle, but I was okay with that. And for now, I'm going to set these aside. In the meantime, I'm going to take 3 of these cooking utensils. They're bamboo from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to paint them with a couple of coats of the Waverly chalk paint in the color Crimson. And now I'm going to use some of the Waverly chalk paint in the color Snow White. And use my Chucky Chibi brush. And we're going to do a little dry brushing. That way these utensils won't look too brand new. And they'll look a little bit farmhouse. So I'm just going to distress them in this manner. And I'll do this to all 3 of my utensils. So they look like this. Now they have that more worn look. Looking cute. And now I'm going to take my little gingies that I had prepared and place them on my utensils in this manner. And I'm going to adhere them with some of the super glue wood glue, which you guys know I love. And I'm just going to place a bit on the face and the arms and the legs. And then this is the side that I actually painted. So in the final reveal, you'll see a little closer what the other side looks like. It looks so much better. So see, I don't know if you can see it, if you can tell. Probably can't tell till later. But yeah, I do the same thing to all 3. And now I'm going to set these aside. That way the adhesive will have time to dry a little bit and cure a little bit. In the meantime, I'm taking this ribbon. I got this from Walmart last year. I thought it was really pretty and rather farmhouse for Christmas. So I'm going to make a quick little bow, just a regular shoelace bow kind of bow. Nothing too elaborate. And my original plan was to make one of these bows for each of these utensils, but then I realized, whoa, this ribbon is a little bit thick. Maybe something thinner will do. But I didn't waste the bow. I went ahead and saved it for the next DIY. So you'll see this bow a little bit later. And I did cut them at a dovetail on each. And then I did take my lighter to kind of burn off the ends, because this kind of ribbon may fray. And on a dovetail, the fraying, I don't know. I don't think it's that cute. So went ahead and cinch these. Set that aside. Now here are my spoons. So instead, I'm going to take some baker's twine. This is from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to go around the base and figure out how much I need. Kind of feel like I need a good amount. Snip off what I need like this. And then to make a secure knot, I go ahead and loop it 3 good times like this, and then tie it down. And this will help the knot stay in place while you create the other knot to secure it. Then I just create a quick little bow in this manner, kind of fix the loops and the tails. And then later I do trim the tails just a little bit. They were just a little bit too long. And then I just went ahead and do this to all 3 of the rest. And here's how they look. I'm going to take one of these large cutting boards from the Dollar Tree Plus section. This was $3, which I thought was a great price because it's pretty large. So I'm going to go in with some of this chalkboard paint from the Dollar Tree to do a base coat to help cover up the wording. And I'm going to go ahead and use this other palette, and I'm going to use a Truffle by Waverly, give it a good coat. And I'm going to go in with some of the white Waverly chalk paint, my Chucky Chibi brush, and I'm going to do some distressing. And I'm just going to go along the grain of both of these pieces, both this little palette. Well, this is the larger palette plaque. This is not the small one, this is the larger one. And I'm also going to do the cutting board. So I go ahead and do both sides, even though you're not going to see the back side. I don't know, I like a good finished project. It only takes me a second to finish it up. So I do both sides. And then I went ahead and did the cutting board. I wasn't too perfect with it because some of it will be covered up with other things. This is just another layer. So the black layer was to help cover up all the wording. The truffle layer was to give it the base coat. And now the white chalk paint is just going to be the dry brushing. And I'm also going to use a few of these tumbling tower blocks. I think I did 6 or 8. I think I did 8. And I'm going to use some of the super glue wood glue. And I'm going to take these tumbling tower blocks and stack them together. So 2 like this. And then I do 4 sets. So here's another. And another. And another. And then I allow these to set a little bit, which then will take long. So now I'm going to take my little palette and I'm going to take a set of 2, add some more glue, place it on the top side like this, on the top right hand side, and then these 2 on the bottom right hand side. Make sure they're nice and straight. And then I do the same thing to the left side and add some to the bottom. and add some to the top. Like this, just tiny little bits of glue, not too much. Allow that to set for a minute, it doesn't take long. And I'm going to add some more glue to these. And I'm just very carefully going to flip it and place it on my cutting board on the base. Just like this. Perfection. Make sure it's nice and straight. I'm having to film it at this angle because it's long. This thing is long. So look at that, really cute. So I allow this to set and cure. Here it is, nice and dry. Ready for me to continue. And I'm going to take some of this burlap, which I had in my stash. I think I got it either from Amazon or Walmart, one of the two. And I'm just going to take enough to go up or down and then back up halfway. So I'm just right here, I'm just guesstimating. I will trim off what I don't need in a little bit. So now I'm just going to begin by stretching it out a little bit, seeing how much I need, removing some of these fibers because I like it to fray a little bit. I'm going to add a couple dabs of glue and placing this on top, center it a little bit. Press it down with my silicone spatula because this has a lot of holes and it's easy to burn yourself. And then I went ahead and did the bottom portion like this. Press it down again. Try to keep it nice and centered and press it down with my silicone spatula. Now I'm going to continue and then add this to the inside of my little palette. And I'm just going to take a wooden dowel to help me with this portion because my fingers aren't that slender. It's pretty slender in there. Pretty tight fit. So here I'm just trying to finagle it using my wooden dowel until I get it all to come out at the bottom. Now once I get it all to come out at the bottom, right here, get it nice and straight. I want to make sure this is not gathered up. I want to make sure it's nice and straight. This little corner here was a little bit of a pain, but there we go. Now I just pull it a little bit up and now it's perfect length. Now I'll press it down so it'll be kind of like an apron. Snip off this amount here, which I'm not going to need. Remove it and do a little bit of fraying on this end. And now I'm just going to take some hot glue and add it here on the top of this palette. Press it down, press down the burlap with my silicone spatulas. Hold them and then hold them down like this. Remove any excess glue that might come up because it might happen. And now I'm pretty set. Now here's the bow that I made for DIY number 2, which I ended up saving for this DIY. And look, that looks much better over here. Okay, so here I'm placing my wooden spoons. Well, they're not wooden, they're bamboo. My bamboo cooking utensils. I'm going to place them here. I'm trying to figure out the best placement. And the burlap holds them in place without worrying about them slipping out. So it's great. And I'm just going to stagger them like this, placing the spoon in the middle, and then the 2 scrapers on the side or the sides. Now I'm taking some of this greenery from the Dollar Tree. It's almost like a boxwood. And I'm just going to snip off a few pieces. First, I just started by doing 2 pieces in the center, 1 on each side. And then I kind of looked at it and I thought, no, it needs a little bit more. But I went ahead and cut off a couple little pieces to place them for my bow. Did that first. Just added a little dab of glue, lifted my bow a little bit, and placed that on there. And did the same thing to the other side, like this. Embellish it really cute. Now here's where I'm going to look at it and think, okay, this needs something else. So I went back to my floral pick, cut off 2 more little sprigs, and I'm going to place them on the sides. 1 here and 1 on the other side, and I think that gives it a better look. So here I'm just trying to find the best one to snip off. Right here. I think that looks cute. And I just had to fix this first one. This first one wasn't going in just right. And that is it. Super cute. This is how it looks. For DIY number 51, little house forms from the Dollar Tree. It kind of has that farmhouse look. And I'm going to take the jute twine hanger and I'm going to tuck it to the back because I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to take these pieces of burlap trim that I had in my stash, and I'm going to take some hot glue and go down the angle of the roof line, and I'm going to add it to the roof here to give it this look. And I think the separation of the house to the chimney is perfect. I think this just makes it. Just this alone. It just makes it for me. And now I'm going to take my scissors and trim off the ends because it's just a little bit too long. But I'm grateful that it actually went that far. But so yeah, I'm just trimming off the ends like this. And now using some more of that gingham fabric that I'm just in love with for this video, I'm going to add a nice bead of glue and place these pieces across the bottom in this manner. So here's another little piece. Place it on there, and then I'm going to tuck these to the back. So I'm going to flip it over and adhere these ends to the back. That way it's nice and secure. Here's the other piece here. I'm going to flip this back over, and I'm going to take these burlap pieces. These were actually from a bow from another project that was from the Dollar Tree, but I removed the bow, and then I just took my easy press iron and pressed them down flat, and I'm going to use these for the sides of the house. So if you shop Dollar Tree and you get projects with these little bows, you'll recognize this ribbon. Yeah, it was a bow. And now I do the other side in the same manner, and then I wrap it to the back as well, like I did the first piece of cloth. So here I'm going to flip it over, and I'll secure it in place with a nice bead of hot glue, and then I'll turn it over and trim off the ends on both sides. And now I'm ready to do a little bit of embellishing, so I'm going to take a few of these plastic peppermints, and I'm going to add a big one to the top center, and then I'll add the two smaller ones to the sides of the roof in this manner. Some hot glue. So now I'm taking this piece of burlap fabric that I had on hand, and it fits almost perfectly here, so I'm going to place this in the center, and then I'm also going to take a remnant piece of this gingham fabric that I've been using through this whole video. I just love it. I think it's so cute. I'm going to place that in the center of the burlap, and now I'm going to take two more of these embossed gingerbread men and place them on each side of these two pieces of fabric like this, and it's looking so cute. And since this one is Farmhouse, I'm taking some of the Tim Holtz distressing ink and my little distressing applicator, and I'm just going to pounce on the peppermints to give it that vintage look, and as well as the chimney top. I feel like it needs a little bit of something up there, so that's going to get a nice distressing on it, and I think that is so gorgeous. And now I'm going to add one of these wooden Merry Christmas signs from the Dollar Tree, and this one I had painted last year as well. I'm just going to add some hot glue and place it on there. And I'm also going to take one of these burlap flowers. This is also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to take one of the natural burlap ones, this smaller one here, put everything back. They're like little daisies, I think. So I'm taking this little gem off of it. I don't need that. And I'm going to add some glue and place it at the bottom right here where these two fabrics met. Now I'm going to take this little button. It's in a red and a white. Perfect. And that's going in the center. Look how adorable. This is how it looks. For DIYs number 52 and 53, with these wood rounds from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to paint them in a Waverly chalk pen in the color Snow White. And then using one of my paint markers, I'm just going to create my own little peppermints with these wood rounds, these mini wood rounds. And all I'm doing is going around and creating little curves. And as I keep going around this little peppermint piece, I'll just make the curves a little thicker and thicker and thicker until it's to my liking, like this. And if I happen to make a mistake, then I'll just add a skinny little line in between the thick peppermint lines, and you won't be able to even tell that I made a mistake. Just a little trick, but it still looks cute. Look at that. And so easy. Now I'll set this aside. Now I'm going to take 2 crates from the Dollar Tree and 3 of these new little house forms made out of wood. Here's a skew in case you're interested in finding them. And I'm just going to place one of the little house forms between 2 of the crates, and then the other 2 house forms, I'll place them on the top of the crates. And then I adhere everything with this super glue wood glue in this manner. And I have to say, this super glue wood glue is probably the best I've ever used. It really is a very good glue, and it adheres so quickly like a super glue. It really does. So here I'm just going to place some of this super glue wood glue on the bottoms of these two houses that go on the top, on the corners like this. And now I'm going to go in with my nut brown paint, of course, paint the whole thing. And now I'm going to start to do a little embellishing. I'm going to use actually just two of these ribbons. I don't use this third one. This third one is like a paper kind of ribbon. I'm not really liking it, but I like these other two that are more of a fabric kind of ribbon. And I'm going to cover these rooftops with these ribbons, and I'm going to use my Fabric-Tech adhesive to place the ribbons on. Now you could use hot glue, of course, just massage the hot glue so you won't have any bumps. But since I did have this on hand, then I went ahead and used it. And actually, the Dollar Tree does sell a similar kind of adhesive. It's called craft glue. It's clear. I think I used it once. I wasn't really liking it, but maybe I just didn't use it the right way. I don't know. Anyway, I just go ahead and cover all these roof lines with these ribbons, and I'm going to take my lighter and burn off all the ends. That way nothing frays, because these ribbons do fray a little bit. So I'll go ahead and do that to all the ends. And now I'm going to use some of these new ornaments that are from the Dollar Tree, and here's a skew in case you're interested. And I'm actually just going to remove the baker's twine. I'm not going to need that, and I'm just going to use three: the little boy, little girl, and the little Santa. And here is where I remove the baker's twine because we're not going to need it. Now I'm going to take these little tags. They're just little tags, and I'm going to use my Fix-All adhesive from the Dollar Tree. This is another favorite adhesive that the Dollar Tree sells. I really like it. It really does work well. It's very similar to E6000. So I'll just place these on there. Since they are metal, I don't want to use hot glue. They'll probably fall off in a few days or so. Oh, don't ask me how I know that. Now I'm going to use the Dollar Tree fabric paint, which is kind of like a puffy paint. And I'm just going to go along all of these raw edges from these wood pieces, because I'm turning this into a Mimi and Papa's mansion. So up top you'll see the little boy, that's Papa, and then Mimi, that's me, that's on the other side, and then Santa's downstairs working his magic. And later on you'll see where all the grandkids are at. Okay, so here I'm finishing up icing up all my edges with this puffy paint. Look at that, looks great. Allow that to dry. Now it's dry, and now I'm going to start to embellish. I'm going to use the peppermints and some floral foam from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to kind of measure roughly how much I'm going to need. I'm going to cut it with this 5-in-1 or 6-in-1 tool that I got from the Dollar Tree as well, and just kind of trim it down until it all fits. And I'll put one in each of these little houses. It's like a little, I don't know, little flower bed maybe, little yard. I don't know. I'm also going to use these straws from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use some florals from the Dollar Tree as well. And here are my little Gingy grandkids, and this is how it looks. For DIY number 54, with one of these little kitchen play sets from the Dollar Tree. It's the faux cast iron skillet with some other little pieces to it. I don't use them all, but I do use some. The little skillet is adorable. So I'm going to use my EMT shears to kind of round off these pieces of plastic bread to create some gingerbread silver dollar pancakes. So I paint them in nutmeg brown, and I use the Dollar Tree chalkboard paint to make the skillet look more like cast iron. So now I'm going to take the little gingies and adhere them onto my little silver dollar pancakes, and then I'll add one of the pancakes onto the iron skillet and one onto the little spatula there on the left. And then I'll just top them off with a couple little bows. And look how adorable. Here is the skillet, and here is the little spatula. Number 55. I'm going to take some more of these tumbling tower blocks. I'm using all my brown ones for this video. And I'm taking some more of the wood glue, or the super glue wood glue, and I'm going to start adhering these together in this manner. I think it was 3 rows of two, I believe. Can't remember. Oh, 6 rows of 2, and I'm going to place them in this manner. And then I'm going to take one, use some more of this glue. I'm going to use it to where it'll fit this block. So I'm going to do little dabs on the sides, on the left sides, placing a block on top. Try to get it as perfect as I can because I'm not using any hot glue for these. And then I do the same thing for the other side. Just one little dab of glue on each of the corners on the right side. Placing a tumbling tower block on top, like this. And then I do the same thing to the other one. Now I'm going to place them front to front like this. And on its side, actually, I think that made it a little easier for me to make. Like this, in this position. And I'm going to take some more of the tumbling tower blocks and some more of this glue, this wood glue. And I'm going to place it in this manner. And I'm going to do 3, just like that. So I'll do a little dab here, a little dab there, and place this one on top. And if you guys are confused what I'm making, don't worry. You'll see it in a minute. Do another one here. And then place that on top. And mind you, everything is still kind of wet, so I'm just trying to be careful. Everything's still, it hasn't set completely yet. It's set enough where I can work on it, but see? So I just have to be careful. So I decided to put it on this way, that way I could do the top part. So it worked out. Now here, this one's falling, so I'm going to use some scrap wood to kind of hold it up. And this worked very well. So here, okay, now we can continue. Now yes, I could probably use hot glue, but I don't like using hot glue because it tends to leave like a little gap. And I don't like that gap. I like to be flush. So I'm going to do some more wood glue and then place these on top. Kind of hold it up like this. So yeah, I think I did make it a little harder for myself by not using hot glue, but I don't know. This is what I like. I don't mind. I don't mind the challenge. I'm just going to straighten them out. And I did use a little bit too much here and there. I do see that. So I'm just trying to be careful not to use too much. Okay, so now I'm going to add some more tumbling tower blocks on these points here. And I'm going to take another tumbling tower blocks and placing some glue on this side. And I'm going to place it so it'll hold everything together on the bottom part and on the top part. And I'll do the same thing to the other side. And I'm just going to show you everything because I want you guys to see how I made this. It's an engineer project. No, I'm just kidding. No, I am making a little cart. So it's starting to take shape. Looks like a rectangle, kind of. I got to reinforce this backside, same way. And as I'm working, all the glue is setting nice and strong. So I'm pretty happy with that. And all these pieces are just reinforcing everything. That way this will not fall apart. And everything's nice and snug, no gaps anywhere. Well, where the glue is anyway. No gaps where the glue is supposed to be. And all this excess glue will dry clear, so no worries there. Okay, so now my little rectangle is done, my base. Look at that. So now I'm going to add a couple handles to my cart. Now here, I don't know how I did this, but this one I did right. I put it in this way, in this angle. The second one, I didn't do it right. And I didn't even notice until later, but I did fix it. You'll see here where I did this one wrong. I don't even know what I was thinking. But I could have cut all this out, but I want to show you guys. Yeah, sometimes things just happen. Look, this one's wrong. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Okay, so now I'm going to continue. And here are my little peppermints for my wheels. And I'm going to adhere this with some of the Fix All adhesive from the Dollar Tree. It works great. Works just like E6000. So I'm just going to do a nice dab of it. And since these are plastic, I also do a little dab of the hot glue. That way I can have the immediate hold and then the long-lasting hold. And I'll just place it on here for one of my wheels. And then I go ahead and add the rest of my wheels in the same manner and allow these to dry and set. Now I'm going to take one more tumbling tower blocks, and this one I'm just going to use some hot glue because I need to place it right in the bottom and the middle as like a brace. Put that in there, sets up very quickly. and I'm happy with it. And I decided to use a piece of that same fabric I've been using in this video to put inside. So I'm just going to add some glue there where I put that brace, that support, and kind of place my fabric in there. And then I go ahead and reinforce the rest of it with a little bit of hot glue. So I'll just do little dabs here and there and spread my fabric to make it look cute, and add some glue, and I'll just take my time to get this done. And I do this to all sides. I also tack down the fabric where it goes over the little cart, because this little cart is going to be carrying some cute little things. So I'll need to press that down. And I don't show it, but I did use some more of the puffy paint to embellish this little cart. I ended up doing this part off camera because I ran out of the puffy paint and I had to go get some regular puffy paint. So now I'm going to set this aside, and I'm going to take a couple pieces of burlap fabric that I had, and I'm just going to create a little burlap bag. I'm just going to add some hot glue, fold it down, and using my silicone spatulas to hold it down, because this can easily burn your fingers. So just like that. Do the same thing to the second one, removing some of these fibers. I do like that frayed look on these as well. So add some fabric, do the same thing, hold it down, and just gently press it down with my silicone spatulas. Now that they're nice and cool, now I'll place these together to create a little bag. And I'll just do the tiniest little bits of hot glue, just tiny, tiny, tiny. And just adhere them closed, like this. I really didn't need the silicone spatulas at this point because I just did just the tiniest bit of glue. And once I get all the sides adhered, then I have my little burlap bag, and I get to fill it with a couple little fun things. So here it is, nice and ready. Snip off a couple of pieces that are just kind of stray. So now I'm going to fill it up with some more of these plastic peppermints. I'm going to do a few sizes. I'm going to add this piece of burlap inside for filler, and I'm going to add a large peppermint and then 2 small ones. And I'm actually going to adhere them together. That way they won't be sliding around. And so I'll just do a little dab and then place these together. And then I'll place it inside. And then I decided to do an extra one. Once I placed it inside, and I thought it wasn't full enough, so I added one more, another smaller one, and then I just placed it inside. Yeah, I can get a little extra with my embellishments. But it's gonna look so cute. So here I'm just trying to get it finagled in there. And then I wanted to add a couple little candy canes, and I had these tiny little ones that I got from last year from Amazon, and they're just made out of clay, real soft clay. So I'll just add a few little dabs of glue and then stick them inside, just a bag of goodies for baking. Here's one more. And then off camera, I do add a few pieces of greenery just to make it look like it's been outside. And I do fix that one handle that's wrong. I fix that. And I also add some puffy paint just to make it look super cute and decadent. And then here I found these little blocks that I had painted together for another project. And I'm just going to add my little gingies onto here. That way they're a little bit raised and not falling inside of the cart anywhere you can't even see them. So this will just raise them just a little bit. I'll put one on the left, one on the right. And then I'll just stick that in there, just not glued or anything, just put it in, and that's it. Super cute. Here's how it looks. 4 DIY number 56. This one's really easy. I'm just taking these 2 yard stakes from the Dollar Tree. These were from last year. And I'm going to remove these stakes. I don't need them. And I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color nutmeg brown, but only in the face. And now I'm going to take my finger sander to sand off some of the paint because I want it to match the rest of these pieces until they look like this. And now I'm going to go in with these same acrylic markers, and I'm going to draw some more faces. So I kind of got a little bit of practice with the others. Now I'm going to do these. And again, I'm going to speed this up because who's got time? but they were pretty easy little faces. All I did was draw 2 regular eyes and some rounds for the cheeks and just a line smiley face and then a little nose, and then that's it. Super easy. And then I wanted to use the white marker, but it wasn't working right, so instead I went in with some of the Waverly chalk paint in the color white to do the little accents on the eyes and cheeks, and a little puffy paint to go around the face as the frosting. And then I got brave and brought out the fine glitter, so I just placed that on top while it was still wet and shook off the excess, and I did put it back in the jar. And I did this to both, and look how sweet they look. Here's how they look. For DIY number 57 of these galvanized metal home decor pieces from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to remove all the screws, but we'll save them for later. And I'm going to take these 2 MDF pieces that are the stands, and I'm going to take my heat gun to soften up the glue to remove these pieces. These stickers were pretty hard to remove. Now I'm going to take my finger sander to remove all the excess adhesive that was left on there. Now I'm going to take some Waverly chalk paint in the color Snow White to give them all a full coat. And I'm going to go in with some of this Mod Podge. This one happens to be the gloss, but any Mod Podge will do, and allow to dry completely. Now I'm going to take these napkins that I thought they were super cute. I got them from Dollar General, I believe. But look at this. I got bamboozled. Look at this. One little square. Oh my goodness. Well, I had to use 4 napkins to do both sides of these 2 little houses. So yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, I guess. But it worked out. It was no problem. I went ahead and just cut out this little square off of 4 napkins. Now I'm going to take some parchment paper and lay down these two of the pieces of my napkins and placing my little houses on top, and then placing the other piece on the back in this manner on both little houses, because we're going to fuse these both at the same time. So I'm going to take another piece of parchment paper, place this on top, and using my mini easy press, I'm going to heat up and activate all the Mod Podge. That way it'll fuse onto this metal house or these houses, and it'll be like magic. So that's all you need to do, is just fuse them together. Now allow them to cool a little bit, because these are metal. They look good. I'm going to go ahead and do one more little run just to make sure all the sides are nice and fused. And look at that, super cute. And now I'm going to take some scissors and I'm going to snip off the major excesses on there. I'm not going to contour anything because we're going to let the lighter do that. Yes, we're going to torch this up a little bit. But for now, I'm going to control my flame, and the best way to do that is to snip off the major excess first. So here goes my flame. This one did pretty well. Just didn't go all the way around. I had to put another little bit of flame on the other side, but it still did a great job. I like the burnt effect that it leaves behind. I think it's adorable. Now we'll try the second one. This one does a little bit better. We start the flame, and this one actually goes all the way around. Perfection. Look at that. Look at that flame working for me. This just never gets old. So now I'm going to take my little houses, place them back on the stands, and reuse the screws. Screw them in quick and easy, and I do paint the screws white. That way it matches everything. And now, because of the chimney, I'm going to have to place them not back to back, but front to front. And I'm going to add a little bit of this super glue wood glue and attach them together and set them aside to dry. Now here they are, nice and dry. And if you haven't guessed it, this is a napkin holder. So now I'm going to take some of this rickrack in the color white and some of this fabric glue, and I'm just going to embellish with this rickrack and place it down on the fabric glue, snip off the excess, and go along this whole house piece. I do the roof lines, I do the 2 sides, and I do the middle, but later on, and I do both sides of this house, if that makes sense. And I'm going to take some of this peppermint ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to snip off a little piece, and using my fabric glue, I'm going to add a nice bead of this glue, and I'm going to try to conceal the hardware that I painted white. I know you guys probably can't see it, but I can see it, and that bothers me, so I had to do that. And now all I have to do is add these little windows and this door and these little gingerbread men and a bow. Cutest napkin holder for your gingerbread decor. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 58, I'm taking this little purse that I found at a thrift store. I thought the size was perfect to make it into a little gingerbread purse. It has a nice long strap, but we're not going to place it back on. It's just going to be a little clutch. So now I'm going to take some of this faux leather in the white from the Dollar Tree and some in the brown, of course, from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to take my scissors and kind of measure how much of this I'm going to need. And it doesn't have to be perfect because we can trim off the ends as we go. And so I'm going to take it all the way to the back side to the end. And here again, I'm just kind of estimating in my cutting. As long as it covers the whole back, any excess on the sides can be trimmed. So there's no problem. So now I'm going to take this piece. I do trim off a little end that was obviously too odd. And I'm taking these peeking shears that I had. And they're not zigzag, they're scalloped. So this is perfect. So I'll show you in a minute how it looks after I'm done cutting. Look at that, those scallop edges. So adorable. Oh my goodness. And I'll have everything linked in my Amazon storefront if you're interested in getting these little peeking shears. They are so cute. So now I'm going to cut some of the white faux leather in the same size as this brown one. And I end up doing 2 of each color, 2 browns and 2 whites. And I do crimp off the ends with the peeking shears because it's so adorable. And like I said, they're not zigzag, they're scalloped. So cute. So here are all 4 ready to go. So now it's just a matter of using some of the Beacon Fabric Tech fabric glue, and I'm going to go around this whole front. I do keep the flap, but I do not keep that little piece on the very front. I will remove that a little bit later. So here I'm just adding a generous amount of the Fabric Tech fabric glue, placing a white piece of faux leather on top, adding some more of this Fabric Tech glue adhesive, but not all the way to the bottom, just to this point, and then adding this other piece of faux leather, and then again twice more like this. And now just like that, my little roof is complete. This is the roof to my Gingy house purse. So now I'm going to bring everything back up from the back side, and I'm going to add some more of this adhesive to adhere all these 4 pieces of faux leather down on top of the purse. So here's the first layer, and then I do it again to the second layer, and then the third, and then the fourth. And I'll trim up all the sides. So now I'm going to take some more of the faux leather, and I'm going to place a piece right here on the inside. I'm not going to worry about there being another pocket there. There's 2 other pockets on the inside. My goal here is to make this purse into a gingerbread house purse, and so whatever it takes. I'm going to pile on this glue, this adhesive, and here is my other piece of faux leather, and make sure everything's nice and tight. Now here's where I don't like this little flap there. So after I trim that off, then I go ahead and decide to remove this piece, which just took a little bit of finagling, and I got it off. I'm just going to hot glue this end here because it's too hard to get that bottle of adhesive on the inside of this. And now of course this won't be complete without some puffy paint. So I'm going to do a little door with a little doorknob and a little bit of snow on the banks, of course, on the bottom, on the edges. And I just go to town and just do not too much decorating this time. I just keep it a little bit more simple just because this is a purse. So I just do a couple windows, a couple scrolls, quite a few little dots, polka dots, and then on the top I do the waffle pattern on the roof. And then that is it for this one. And it's a cute little clutch, cute little gingerbread house clutch. And I did have a little inspiration for this purse, and I'll show you a picture of it right here. It's a Kate Spade gingerbread purse, super cute. I just kept mine in a neutral tone, and of course quite a bit smaller. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 59, I'm making some embellishments, and I'm going to use these 2 colors of foam clay. This one is in the white, and this other one is in the red. Now this foam clay is pretty squishy, and we'll need to condition it a little bit. So I'm going to close these up, seal them back up, and by conditioning, I'm just going to pull and bend and pull and bend until it gets a little bit more firm and not so sticky. And this red is pretty bright and pretty pigmented, but it doesn't leave any residue on your hand, so it's pretty great. So now I'm taking this acrylic roller and I'm just going to roll this out. I'll begin with white, and here I am taking a bamboo ring because I'm going to make some little donuts for embellishments, but spoiler alert, I do not end up using them for this video, but I'm sure we'll see them sometime later on. And at that time we'll paint them to make them look like donuts. But for now they'll just hang out in my video. Okay, so now I went ahead and rolled out some more of this white, and I'm going to roll it on my hat. And now I'm going to just keep rolling it until I get it to the length that I want. Set that up a little bit, and I'm going to do the red, do the same manner, and just start rolling it. And as you roll it, you know it gets a little bit bigger, a little bit longer. So a little bit goes a long way with this foam clay. So now here I'm going to place these two together, and I'm just going to start twisting them to try to replicate a candy cane peppermint type of pattern. Now it's not going to be perfect because again, I'm making this and it's homemade, and yeah, I'm not going to get it perfect, spoiler alert. But you'll get the idea. So I went ahead and did two of these for embellishments, and I think this is so much fun. So this is DIY number 1, and now it's complete. Just allow this to dry. For DIY number 60, take two of these this home shapes from the Dollar Tree. They're made out of MDF, and I removed all the jute twine. And I did a little bit of sanding, which you could probably skip the sanding. You're not going to need to do that after all. So now I'm going to take some of these Dollar Tree wood planks. I'm going to use 5. There's 6 in the pack, but I just need 5. And I'm going to make a gingerbread house tissue holder made out of wood and clay. So here I'm trying to figure out how to fit this properly, and so this configuration looks like it's going to work pretty well. The only problem is the tissue box is a little bit too tall and my roof panels are a little bit too narrow. So I'm going to need to extend my roof panels, and I'm about 1 inch short on each side. So I'm going to take one of my planks and I'm going to measure out 1 inch and mark it with a Sharpie and get it ready to cut. And to cut it, all I'm going to do is take a very sharp X-Acto knife, and I'm just going to score it and just keep scoring and scoring and scoring until it snaps like a cracker. And since this is balsa wood, it's very thin wood, it works perfectly. So I'm just going to do one more pass, and then it'll just pop right up like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this piece, and I'm going to use this as a template to create 4 more pieces. Now that I have them ready, I'm going to do a little bit of sanding and snipping off any excess splinters or anything that's sticking out. And of course I do this to all 4, that way I can adhere them nicely. Now here I have a box of random wood pieces. I don't throw anything away, I like to utilize everything. And I'm going to utilize some of these remnant craft sticks, these jumbo ones. They're just little remnant pieces that I had left over from other projects. And I'm going to use some of this super glue wood glue, and I'm going to use these to adhere the 2 ends onto the middle piece. That way it extends my roof line all the way across and then some. That way it's pretty cute. So then I went ahead and did this using just remnant pieces like I mentioned. And then I get 2 like this. Allow these to dry. Now I'm going to remove my box. I'm not going to need it right now. And I'm going to take some of these cubes from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use 5 of these little wood cubes from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to adhere them all with the same super glue wood glue, allow them to dry, and that way I'll have 4 little stacks of cubes like this. Now I'm going to adhere them to the top of my roof lines. That'll extend my roof a little bit, and just enough to clear my tissue box. So just like this. And so far I haven't used any hot glue. So far I've only used wood glue. So now I'm going to set this aside, allow this to dry completely. It doesn't take long. This super glue wood glue is really excellent and adheres quickly. So just let this dry. Now here it is, nice and dry. Now I'm going to begin to create my house form, and using some more of the super glue wood glue, I'm going to add a couple beads on each side of this wood plank and place it inside of these house forms, these home decor pieces from the Dollar Tree. Make sure it's nice tight fit. Remove any excess adhesive that may drip down, and then I go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. Add some wood glue both sides and placing this piece on the other side like this. And I have to work kind of quick because, like I mentioned, this super glue wood glue, it kind of adheres pretty quick. Now here it is, nice and dry, pretty solid. And look, my tissue box fits in there perfectly. It's gonna be great. Now I'm gonna add my roof panels, but before that I'm gonna take one roof panel, and I'm just showing you that it fits perfectly. And now I'm gonna take one of the roof panels and my drill with a spade drill bit, and using some craft clamps, I'm going to clamp my piece of wood onto a chunkier piece of wood. That way I don't cut through onto my mat. That would be a disaster. So I just go ahead and make this hole like this. Now you can make this hole a little bit bigger if you want, but I couldn't find my bigger spade drill bit. But this will do. This did fine. I'm just going to sand off any excess splinters or rough edges on here. Now here it is, nice and ready. And so I'm going to take these two pieces and adhere them in this manner using some of my super glue wood glue again. And I'm just going to add a couple beads onto these cubes and place one roof panel like this, and then do the same thing for the other side and place it on there. I did have to hold it for a minute or two, but it set pretty quickly. And so once that kind of stuck on there, then I went ahead and took a piece of a bamboo skewer and I added a nice bead of glue down the center of the two roof panels and placed that in the center to help keep everything nice and adhered. So now I'm going to go ahead and allow this to dry. Now once all this dries, I'm going to take my box of remnant wood pieces again, and I'm going to pick out some of these. I think these are the jumbo craft sticks from Walmart. There's just excess. And I'm just going to create a chimney, but I've never created a chimney. So this is my thought process here. So I figured, okay, I'm going to leave one of these pieces regular height, and then another one I'm just going to cut it down a little bit because I think it's supposed to look that way. And then I'm going to take some more pieces and I'm going to cut them at an angle. So yeah, finally I figured it out, and I'm just going to start adhering. I'm thinking, okay, this is it, all or nothing. Now here I did add some hot glue just because I don't have the time to hold this at an angle because the roof is at an angle. So I placed this first piece down. So far so good. Now this one here is a little bit shorter because my thinking is it's gonna have to look like it's a little bit shorter. So I placed that there, and then two other pieces I cut them at an angle. You can't really see. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see here. I'm trying to figure out how to angle them. So here I angle it, went ahead and cut it, and I'm just hoping this will fit, this will work. It looks like it'll work. So I just keep cutting it till it feels like it'll be right. Add some wood glue and then place it on there. And I do the same thing to the other side, and then place that piece, and voila, look at that, I have a little chimney. Oh my goodness. Looking cute, look at that. Looks legit, guys. That looks legit. So I'm putting a piece of painter's tape to hold everything in place while it dries. In the meantime, I'm going to set this aside so it'll dry better. And I'm going to take some of this foam clay. This is in the brown. Again, very sticky at first. And since I'm not going to roll this one out, I only condition it just a little bit. And I'm just going to start placing it on my house and just spreading it and pulling it and spreading it and pulling it. And I just do this throughout the whole house until I get it all covered. Now this took a while, and I even had to remove my rings because I was leaving indentions in the clay. So here I'm using my roller to help smooth out as many areas as I can. And once I finally got done, then I stuck it in my freezer for overnight for the initial drying of this clay, and then the following day I stuck it outside. And you know, Florida is going to be hot, so it completely dried that next day. So now here I am, completely done. Now I'm going to make sure that my little tissue box still fits in there, because if not, it would not be fun. And look, it fits perfectly. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. So now I'm going to take some of the Waverly chocolate in the color hazelnut, and I'm just going to touch up the wood that's inside the chimney. I didn't like the way it was just bare, and I didn't want to add more clay to make that hole any smaller. So now I have these wood pieces. These are fairy garden pieces I purchased off of Amazon. I've had them for a while. Here's a little door, and I also have some windows, and I'm going to adhere them onto my little house with some of the Elaine's tacky glue. And I did paint all these white. I like the contrast of the white with the brown. So here I'm going to add one of these round windows up on the front, and then the other windows I'll add them throughout the outside of the house. Now here are my candy cane embellishments made out of foam clay. So I'm going to use the puffy paint by Tulip to help adhere some of these. And I'm just going to add a nice bead going around the outside of this door, and this will hold my peppermint arch. And by the way, where you see the bare wood, I do paint that with the hazelnut paint as well. So right here it's looking bare, but it'll be painted before you know it. But look at my little arch. Oh my god, it looks so cute. Yeah, one side's a little thicker than the other, but what can we say? I guess I'm going to have to work on my peppermint arch making skills with foam clay. So now here I'm taking some more of my puffy paint, and I'm going around the window just to give it that decadent frosting look. And I'm taking some of these jumbo straws. These I got from Amazon, and I'm going to cut them to fit this area like this. And I'm going to add some more of the Elaine's tacky glue here and placing them on the sides. And I do this to all four sides, the two in the front and eventually the two on the back as well. And now I'm going to take some of my puffy paint, and I'm going to start to create a design on the roof because it's just a clean slate and it's begging for something. So I do a nice thick line on the middle, and then I'll proceed to create these diagonal stripes as a classic gingerbread roof pattern in this manner. Now here, as I'm working on this, if you notice, I'm starting to get some little breaks on my puffy paint bottle. That's not a good sign because that means we're going to start having air bubbles and more little breaks, but it's the only bottle I had left, so it'll be what it'll be. But I wasn't too worried about it because if I make a gingerbread house in real life, I'll probably have more breaks than this. So yeah, it'll look authentic. It'll look like a real gingerbread house. So now I'll just continue to add some more embellishments with the puffy paint that I have left in this bottle. Like I said, it wasn't much, but we'll do the best we can. And I'll just keep working on it until I get it to look like this. Look how cute. Some of this paint's still wet, so I'm gonna have to be careful. But here are all four sides. You can kind of see. And now to place my tissue box inside. So exciting. Open up my tissue box, pull out a tissue or two, and then place my box inside and pull out a tissue. And voila, look at that. And here is the front. And here is one side. And here is the other. For DIY number 61, a sweet friend subscriber had requested me to do something with the Dollar Tree butter dish. So I thought, yes, I happen to have one, so let's see what I can do. So of course I went in with some of the brown spray paint from Amazon and some Mod Podge to seal that up, and some of the puffy paint, and then some of the Dollar Tree berries, which look like cherries, and that is it. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 62, I use one of the jewelry boxes. My sweet friend Diane gifted this to me, but the Dollar Tree does have these, as you know. And I'm going to paint them with the nutmeg brown, of course, and I did take them apart. Now here is the hardware, put it back on, just makes it easier to paint. Now I'm going to use some more of this fabric. Here I'm trying to figure out how much I'm going to need, just kind of guesstimating. And I'm going to do a little notch with my scissors and tear it off completely, kind of fringe the ends a little bit more. I just really like that fringe look. Remove any stray pieces of thread that might be too long. Kind of place this where I think I want it. It is a little bit too long, so I'm just going to snip a tiny little bit and tear off this piece. And now that's a little bit better. Now I'm just going to take some hot glue and do some on the inside of my little jewelry box like this, and then quickly place my fabric in there and kind of massage the glue so it won't be lumpy, it'll be nice and smooth. And now I'm going to do the same thing for the top. Snip off a little tiny piece. This one was so small that it just wouldn't tear. So I had to use my scissors to snip off this piece. And then all I did was just kind of fray the end, that way it all matched. Just remove some of these fibers and pieces of threads like this. Now that's perfect. And now just do the same thing. Do some glue on the inside of this lid and placing my fabric inside and just kind of pressing everything down. That way the glue is not lumpy. And now we're ready to go. Cute. So I'm going to close it up for now. And I'm going to add a couple of these little gingerbread men and a couple of these plastic peppermints. I'm going to take 2 of the small ones. These come in 2 sizes, a large and a small. So I'm going to use these small ones. And I'm going to take some hot glue, put a nice dab on it, and put it down on top of the little gingerbread man, like he's carrying the peppermint. Super cute. So I do this to both. And I'm just going to simply take some more glue and placing them on top of the jewelry box. And this is how I'm going to decorate this cute jewelry box. This jewelry box is going to hold a pair of my favorite pink gingerbread man earrings. You'll see that in the final reveal. Okay, so now I'm going to take some more of this fabric puffy paint from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to give it a nice icing accent. And I'm going to go all the way around this little jewelry box. So I'm just going to take my time, make little drips, and the trick here is don't make all the drips the same. Make some longer, make some shorter, make some closer, make some further from each other, and then just have fun. And I like to do this with honey for the bees, my bee DIYs, and I just love it. And here's how the top looks, and here's how the front looks, and here's the inside with my earrings. For DIY number 63, I'm going to begin with these wooden gingerbread men that I purchased from Amazon, and I'm just going to snip off these tops. I don't need them. And I'm going to go in with the apple barrel paint in the color Nutmeg Brown, give them a full coat. And now I'm going to take this fabric from the Dollar Tree, and I'll show you a little bit more about it a little bit later. But it's a gingham, but it's almost like an old-fashioned gingham, so I really liked it. So I'm going to go ahead and remove a piece that I think I will need to give a backing to these gingerbread men, because I feel like they need something in the back. So I'm just going to lay them on this piece of fabric, and they fit pretty well with a little bit of excess over on the right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that because I'll probably use that a little later. So now I'm going to go in with my Mod Podge. This one's just a gloss, but I'll go ahead and adhere them to this fabric like this. Now I'm going to take another piece of parchment paper, and I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to remove the top piece of parchment paper, which was the bottom, and I'm going to do another coat of the Mod Podge on the back until I get them all covered. Now they're dry. Now I'm going to go ahead and take my scissors and cut them all out. And I try to do a fussy cut as close as possible with my scissors until they look like this. Here they are cut out, looking cute. And I'm only going to use 5 of these for this one particular project. But I just think they came out so cute. Look at the front. Here's the back. Love it. So now here's the remnant piece of that same fabric. And I'm going to snip these in some strips. They are about 1 inch wide or so, and I do 5 strips. Here they are. Now I'm going to take some Fabri-Tac fabric glue, and I'm going to figure out where the center is. Once I figure that out, then I'll add a nice little dollop of glue in the center, and I'll take the 2 ends and fold them to the center, because I'm going to create a bow tie for the little boys. So here I'll go ahead and do one more to show you. Just find the center, open it back up, add a nice glob of glue there, or dab of glue, and then fold it to the center like this. So I do this to all of them. Now once I get that done, then I will take some jute twine, and I have a little case with some remnant pieces of jute twine, and so I'll just find the perfect size, and then I'll go ahead and tie it in the center to create the bow tie. And so all I do is I'll do a double knot, and that usually creates the bow tie. So it's pretty easy, pretty simple. So here is my little bow tie, looking really cute. Then I put it against one of the gingerbread men, and oh my goodness, it's just too big. It's just too big. Look at that. Woohoo! So I'm going to go ahead and just add a little bit more of the fabric glue on the two ends and fold the two ends down or in like this. Now I apologize for being off frame a little bit, but all I'm doing is just adding a little bit of fabric type glue and folding these in a little bit. And here it's still looking a little bit too big, although it is cute. It's just a little too big. So I went ahead and folded it one more time, and actually this came out better than what I thought, because this makes the bow a little more sturdy. It's a little more thick, or a little thicker. So yeah, look how cute. Now that's perfect. So now I'm going to add a nice glob of glue on Mr. Gingerbread Man and place the bow tie on the front. So adorable. Look at that. Oh my goodness. So I go ahead and make my other bows in the same size, and I go ahead and adhere them to my little gingerbread kids. This one's a little girl, and then the rest are little boys. Now if you know me well, you know that these are going to be my grandchildren. I just can't resist. I just love creating things to honor them and feature them. I love it. So I'm just going to place these on the little boys to finish up. For DIYs number 64 and 65, these popsicle sticks, these are actual popsicle sticks from some popsicles that we like to eat. And I'm taking some remnant pieces of craft sticks that I have put away. I don't throw away anything, guys. I don't throw anything away. And I'm just taking my EMT shears and rounding off the edges and kind of placing it on these popsicle sticks. Can you kind of see what I'm creating, maybe? I don't know. So I'm just adding some wood glue, and again, I'm going out of frame. Oh my goodness, I don't know what I did here. But I'm just going to go ahead and sand off any of the roundness just to make it nice and smooth, get rid of any splinters. Here's another one, placing a little bit of glue on the popsicle stick and placing my piece of remnant craft stick on the top. And if you guessed rolling pins, yes. And I'm just going to paint them in this red, and we'll come back to it. Now here is a board that I picked up at Ross for $3.99. It has the hooks on the back, and the size is pretty perfect for what I need it for. And I'm just going to paint the frame in this nutmeg brown. And now I'm going to place my gingerbread cookies, which are my gingerbread little grandchildren. And I'm going to place them in this order, just a little bit whimsical, a little bit different. And then here are my homemade rolling pins, and I'm going to place them on the corners because they will be named inside these rolling pins. So on my granddaughter, I put it in the center towards the bottom and place her down a little lower. Now I adhere everything with some wood glue, and with my Cricut, I cut out this saying that says, Mimi and Papa's Perfect Cookie Batch. Now I went back and forth with either Mimi and Papa's Perfect Gingerbread Batch or Gingy Batch, but then I just decided to do Cookie Batch. I don't know, I just thought that was cute. So now here I'm removing the transfer tape, and I just had to press everything down a little bit better. But once I got going, worked great. Look how adorable. Now I went ahead and cut out all their names to place inside my homemade rolling pins. So here's my little girl, and then I do all the boys as well. Just so adorable. So here I'm taking two ribbons, a burlap and then a Christmas red and white ribbon, the wide ribbon, and I'm going to loop them to the center and then cinch them in the center and tie them with a good strong piece of jute twine. And I'm going to take another good long piece of these two ribbons and fold it in the center, and then tie the tails to the ribbon loops and tie it really tight. We can fix it later, just tie it really tight. So now we can start to kind of fluff up the bow, the loops, and snip off the ends, do some dovetails. And I try to make them to where the dovetails are kind of layered so you can see them both like this. And of course I do the same to the other side, and here it is, my little bow. So now I'm just going to add some glue, hot glue, and I'm going to place it in the center. Now this is in the way, my tails are in the way, so I went ahead and kind of moved it to go up a little bit. I guess my bow is just a little bit too big, but we'll work with it. I'm going to add a little dab of hot glue and place my red ribbon, and then add another little dab of hot glue and place my burlap ribbon on the top like this. Now I use my silicone spatula because I don't want to burn myself through that burlap ribbon, because sometimes they're a little bit thin and you can burn yourself. So here's the other side, and then I just kind of fix the loops a little bit better. And then I add a little wooden spatula that I got from 24 Hour Crafts last year. I didn't use it. And then I just added a little bit of baker's twine for accent. And then that is it. Look how adorable. This is going in my kitchen for sure. And this is how it looks. For DIY number 66, I'm going to use 2 of these Christmas tree wood shapes, and I'm going to paint them in nutmeg brown. And this is just a simple, I'm just taking some of the puff paint, creating whatever design I want to create. There's really, again, no rhyme or reason. I just, I do swirls and half circles and dots and lines and whatever. The trick is just fill it up. That's it. And I'm just making these little cookie ornaments. That's all these are. Super cute. And yes, that's my baby meowing in the background. She wants me to get done. And here's the other one that I'm working on. And again, I'm just taking my time and making them look really ornate. And again, these are great for ornaments, for tier trays, for any kind of decor. And here's how they look. For DIY number 67, use one of these plaques from last year. I thought the old-fashioned gingerbread and bakery was so adorable. Now mine was missing the wooden half beads that were supposed to be here. It just has a bunch of glue, so I'm trying to remove it with my heat gun and the scraper, and then sand off the excess. Now I'm going to go in with some Mod Podge, and I'm going to try to get rid of this buffalo plaid, which, you know, buffalo plaid is cute. But for gingerbread, no, it needs to be peppermint or gingham. So here's the fabric that I used earlier. It's like an old-fashioned kind of gingham because it's not white, it's just like a beige. So I thought it was adorable. And this thing says old-fashioned. Perfect. So now I'm going to snip off the excess after I placed this piece on my Mod Podge. And I'll do the same thing for the other side and allow it to dry completely. It didn't take long for it to dry. But here I'm removing the excess. And I'm going to add some more Mod Podge on top to seal it up in this manner with my favorite little Mod Podge brush from Freeman. Now here it is, nice and dry, and I'm taking my scissors and I'm just going to trim off the excess in this manner until it's all nice and trimmed. Look how cute. I think this is perfect. Well, either this or peppermint. Definitely red and white. So here it is, nice and trimmed, and I'm removing any little straggling little threads that are coming up. That's just one thing about this kind of fabric. You do get a lot of little stragglers, but just snip them off, it's okay. But look how cute it's looking. So I'm going to take some puffy paint. This is the one from Tulip. And I'm just going to do an accent all the way across where the fabric meets the board, just to give it a nice finished touch. And I'll do this whole bottom and the whole top as well. And I just love this puffy paint. It really is puffy. Now I'm going to add 2 of these little gingerbread kids that I had left over. I used 5 earlier and I still had a few. So I'm just going to use some hot glue and adhere them to the bottom in this manner. Just place them on there. And then for bows, I'm going to use jute twine. So I made a regular bow for the boy and a little hair tie bow for the girl. So here I'm just going to place this on him and this little cute one on her. So cute. So now I'm going to make another bow. This is where I use the 2 different ribbons to make one. Kind of layer them together. So I'm going to snip off what I feel I need. And for this one, I'm just going to do a regular crossover bow and cinch it in the center kind of bow. I don't even know what it's called. But basically you just kind of make a loop like this and then cinch it in the center. Cinch it really well and then hold it really tight. Take your jute twine and wrap it around your bow a couple times and pull really tight. And then create a nice strong knot. Actually a double knot. And then snip off the excess. And then just kind of fluff it up a little bit, play with it till you're happy with it. And then just take your scissors and dovetail the ends, of course. Now these ends, I just place them together and snip them together just to make them a little different. That way it's not the same kind of bow, but I think still came out cute. Now I'm going to get a nice glob of glue and place it on the back of my bow. And then place this on the top of my wood round like this. Kind of hold it together. Now I did make another bow. This was actually from last year. I had it in my stash, so I decided to layer it just to give it another look and just hold it down until it adheres. And now I'm going to take another piece of jute twine, kind of loop it and add another glob of glue and place that on the back. That way it's my hanger. And to make sure it's secure, I'm just taking a piece of that burlap ribbon that was cut off from the dovetails. And then that's it, that secures it. Here's how it looks. DIY number 68. Begin with one of these wooden tags from Walmart. And I'm going to use some of these jumbo beads. I think I got these from Amazon. These are pretty big beads. I'm not sure what millimeter size they are, but just use whatever beads you have. Now I'm going with these two pink colors to paint them up. And I'm going to take some of this jute twine and I'm going to string them through this jute twine. And then string this jute twine through the tag in this manner and do a good double knot. And then I'll take the end of the jute twine and I'll string it back up the first couple beads just to lock it in place, and that way it won't slip out and you won't know where the end is at. And I'll snip off the excess jute twine that's sticking out. We no longer need it. And now I'll push all the beads down to the end, and I'm going to take this little gingerbread man that was left over from my last gingerbread video, and I'm just going to adhere it with some hot glue on the tag, looking cute. And now I'll work on the other end. And on this side I had a tassel that I had started, but all I did was wrap it around my hand. So I went ahead and removed the jute twine that was holding it closed, and I added a piece of this gingham fabric that I used from my other video, and I'm just going to tie this onto my tassel on top and securing it with a good double knot again. And again I will take the end of the jute twine and I will string it back up the first couple beads. That way this end is hidden and it won't be an issue, you won't find it. And I'm adding a little bit of hot glue to the end, that way you can string it back up a little bit easier. And I'm also going to use my tweezers to help push the end up through there, because some of these beads are a little bit narrow on one end, and so this helps a lot. So now once I get this done, I will snip off this excess as well. Now I'm going to close my tassel, and I'm going to take another piece of jute twine and I'm going to wrap around it a good, I don't know, a good 20-30 times or so. I don't show it all, but yeah, trust me. And the end I'll just secure it with a little bit of hot glue and it's perfect. And now I'm going to go ahead and open up the tassel with some scissors and I'll give it a little haircut. That way all these strands will be even and looking cute. So just a quick little haircut, and look at that, big difference. I'm also going to trim my little ribbons as well, or should I say fabric ribbon. I'm just going to trim a little bit, it was a little bit too long. Looking cute. I had another piece of this fabric, so I'm going to use this to make a nice floppy bow on the top. And that is it for this one. Looking super cute, super easy. And I've always wanted a rustic chunky wood beaded garland, and now here it is. Super cute. And here's how it looks. DIY number 69. This yogurt, so I'm going to repurpose some of these jars. They are great size. Now I went ahead and removed all the labels and everything. Then on Amazon I found the lids that fit perfectly, and this little set came with the little bamboo spoons too. Wow, win-win-win. Love these. Look how adorable. Such a cute set, and it was priced really well too. I'll include everything in my description box for you guys. So now I'm going to take my board and my drill, and I'm going to drill some holes on the tops of the spoons right here on the handles. And I do this to all three just real quick. Just drill a quick little hole. It's easy to drill. This bamboo is great quality. Like this. Now that I have those ready, now I'm going to take my baker's twine from the Dollar Tree, add a little dab of glue on the end to make a makeshift needle, kind of roll it to make that needle point, and just poke them through. Now I went ahead and poked through all three, that way I didn't have to do this 3 times. I really do try to work smarter and not harder. Okay, so now I'm going to figure out how much I'm going to need to go around the jar and to tie it in a bow. So once I figured that out, then I went ahead and then snipped off the rest. And now I'm going to use the first one as a template to figure out how much I'm going to need for the rest of my jars. So just like this, now I have them ready to go. Now all I have to do is place them on my jars. So I'll start with one, go around and do a good knot, and then pull it and then make the next knot to keep it in place, and then create the bow like this. And then I'll bring the spoon forward, and then I'll do this to all 3 of my jars to look like this. Now I'm going to take these little gingies that I had extra. I'm going to take some Fix All And I'm using Fix All because the lids are bamboo and I'm not sure how that's going to work with the wood gingies. Otherwise I would use the super glue wood glue, as you guys know. So I'm just going to use the Fix All just to be on the safe side and place these on the very top. And I got this idea from some of the decor I've seen at Home Goods with the little gingies on top. So I thought, oh, I can make that. And here's how they look. DIY number 70. These mini canvases from the Dollar Tree from Crafter Square, and it has a mini easel to go with it. And I'm going to go in with a Waverly chalk pen in the color Ballet Slipper and my nutmeg brown from Apple Barrel. And I'm going to add my little gingies to the sides of the canvas. And then I'm going to take these little sticky note pads. I really like the swirl on it. I think it goes great with my theme. And I'm going to see where I want to place them. Like this. I think this would be cute. But I want to do a little bit more embellishing on my canvas itself. So I'm going to go in with some more of this pink rickrack from Easter time. And I'm just going to take my Fabric Tech adhesive and go along the whole perimeter of this square and add my rickrack to create a little frame kind of look. But just like this. Look how cute. It almost looks like a cookie. I don't know. It's adorable. So now I'm going to add my sticky notes. This is going to be a little sticky note station as an ornament. I'm just going to add some hot glue, place it in the center, and then add my little gingies on the top like they're standing on top of it. This is really different for sure. Yeah, this is an ornament. So now I'm going to take the easel and I'm just going to adhere this to the easel with a little bit of hot glue and place my little canvas on top. And I'll add some hot glue to the back as well. That way everything is nice and secure and centered. And of course I've got to top it off with a little bow, and I'll just add some more of this pink gingham to create a bow. And then I'll also tack down the little tails. The little tails were kind of like going all over the place. I just wanted the tails a little bit more fixed, so I just placed them on there. And now I'm going to add my little hanger. So I'm just going to flip this over and secure the easel itself so it doesn't swing around and open and close. Just add some hot glue, and then I'll go ahead and add my hanger to that. Use my silicone spatula to hold it in place. And finally I had one more of those banners from the gingies, and I'm just going to add on their memos with a pink marker, and I'll adhere it with some of the Fix All because I'm sure this is silicone, I'm sure of it. And I'll just place that on the canvas and a little bit of hot glue as well for the immediate hold. And then that is it. Super cute. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 71, rounds from the Dollar Tree. This one was from Easter, and it has the half wood beads that go all the way around this plaque. But as you can see, there's a few missing, but that's okay. I happen to have some of these half wood beads, so I'm just gonna adhere them with some wood glue, the super glue wood glue. I think it worked great. And I'll just add a little dab and place all three on there and allow this to dry. Now once this is dry, I'm going to take some of the Waverly chalk paint in the color Snow White, give it a full coat in this manner, allow this to dry. I'm going to take some of the Waverly antique wax and my chunky chippy brush from the Dollar Tree and remove the excess, and I'm just going to give it an accent, a little bit of antiquing and a little bit of dimension just to make these half wood beads just pop. Now I'm going to take some of this Waverly chalk paint in the color Lacquer and a nice bristle brush, and I'm just going to load it up, and with my finger I'm going to flick just little specks everywhere. And it's hard to see here, but you'll be able to see it better a little bit later. Now I'm going to take some more of the Fabric Tech fabric glue and some more of the baker's twine, and I'm going to go around this wood round with this combination, and I'm just going to take my time, do a little bit of the Fabric Tech adhesive and some of this baker's twine until it looks like this. Now I'm going to take some more of these little gingerbread men. These have the little hangers on top. I'm not going to need them, so I'm just going to snip them off with my EMT shears, and then I'm taking a paint marker to touch up where I cut them. So now I'm going to adhere these to the top of this wood round, and I'm just going to use some more of the super glue wood glue And once those dry and cure, I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to add my little hanger. And I'm just going to use some hot glue for this and place this piece on the back and hold it down with my silicone spatula, and that locks it in place. And now using my Cricut, I cut out this little phrase that says we go together like cookies and Christmas. Well, actually the Christmas part comes up in a little bit. But yeah, I just cut it out with my Cricut and place this on. And with the magic of editing, there it is. Voila! Beautiful! Now I'm going to take some little bows made out of baker's twine. I'll add one to the little boy's neckline and a little one to the little girl's hairline. And then I'm just going to add a bow later on the top. And here's how it looks. 4 DIY number 72. These Dollar Tree home pieces with the little houses on them, little house forms. And I'm going to go in with the nutmeg brown, of course, and I'm going to go in with some of this Dollar Tree puffy paint as well, and take my time and create my designs. So I go from this to this. So here's the last one. I'll show you how I did it. And I sped this up quite a bit because doing these, they take a while. So I'm just going to start by outlining the whole little house form and then outlining the E, or should I say the letter. Now here I'm just going to create a little window, or actually a big window, and I'm going to create some little snowflakes, little dots, and I'm holding my arm, that way my hand doesn't fall on the wet paint, because the whole thing is going to be full of puffy paint. So make little swirls. I even added some curtains to the window. You'll see here in a minute, my big hand's in the way. You see it. But like this, and then some more little snowflakes, and then allow this to dry. Now I'm going to take some of this Mod Podge Extreme Glitter. Oh, this stuff is fun. I'm just going to just gently place some on these little houses, after all my paint's dry, of course, and allow this to dry. And it dries very sparkly and beautiful. Set this aside. In the meantime, I'm going to take this plastic that I saved. It's a plastic lid from a spring mix. I love using these pieces of plastic because they are clear, they are sturdy, and they have lots of potential. So I'm going to create some little windows. That way you can see that the home words or letters, they'll be the windows. So I'm going to add some of this Extreme Glitter Mod Podge as well on them, and allow these to dry. Set them aside out of the way for a minute. They dry quickly. I'm going to take this decor piece from the Dollar Tree, just a little sign, and I'm going to use the inside of it, and I'm going to take some of this ribbon from the Dollar Tree. It's like a lace ribbon, and I'm going to use this, that way the houses have something more substantial to hang on to with the hot glue, because I think this gold rim is pretty slick. I'm thinking that it would probably fall off, so I wanted something a little bit more substantial for it to hang on to. And as I'm getting done to the back, guess what? I run out of ribbon. Oh my goodness, yes I do, run out of ribbon. I should have measured it first, but I just go ahead and go all the way around as much as I can, and then on the last little piece I added a different ribbon, but it's in the back, so I'm not worried about it. But if I do end up getting some more of this ribbon, I will remove that other piece and make it complete and make it look cute and cohesive. Now I'm going to set this aside, and I'm going to work on my little houses. And here they are, nice and dry. And here are my plastic pieces, and I'm trying to see how much I'm going to need for each of the little letters. So here, this will fit perfectly. So I'm just going to add a couple little beads of glue and placing one of these plastic pieces on each one of these letters like this. Now I'm ready to place my little houses on here, and guess what? These fit perfectly on this particular frame. Yes, what luck. Sometimes the universe says yes. Okay, So now I'm taking some hot glue and I'm going to place each one on the front side of this frame like this. And just look how perfectly it fits on there. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Okay, so now I have these little tea lights from the Dollar Tree, LED tea lights, and I'm just going to turn them on and place one on each these little houses. And then I'm going to take some of these bottle brush Christmas trees from the Christmas Village collection from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to add a little dab of glue and place one on each side of the houses. And then also use the mini ones, the mini bottle brush trees as well, to fill in a little bit more. I don't do a perfect forest, but I just wanted something in the background to be a little bit more substantial, and so I'm just going to do that. I'm removing these bases and I'm adding, I happen to have extra these little white bases, so I'm removing the wood bases off the little trees and I'm just placing them in these plastic pieces. That way they fit in there and they're more cohesive with the whole look of the back, like this. I just happen to have them on hand. And now I'm going to take some more of the polyfill that I happen to have, and I'm going to add that all over the place to fill in. I probably could have painted the inside white. I don't know why I didn't think about it, but I think the polyfill and the little snowflakes, it does a good job covering all that up. It definitely was a fun project to make. And here it is with my ring light on, and here it is with my ring light off. For DIY number 73, 2 of these ornaments already made from the Dollar Tree. They are the wood round slices with the snowflakes on the front. Super cute. I'm just going to utilize the back. I'm going to flip them over. I like the embellishments. I'm leaving those as well. I'm just going to go in with the nutmeg brown, give them a full coat. And I'm just simply going to adhere a couple of the little gingies, one of each color, on each of the wood slices in this manner. And then I'm going to top them both off with some more of these little triple bows that I like to make. I did add a few little sprigs of this Christmas greenery, just tiny little sprigs to go on the sides of the little bows. Nothing too fancy because it already had the embellishments on the other side, so I just wanted something simple to put on the front or on the back side. On this side, on this side of the wood slices. I'm just going to do that to each side of the little bow like this, making it look super cute. And I wanted to do something else different, so I'm going to take my collection of red, pink, purple, and brown buttons. Yes, I have my buttons put away and organized in colors. These are my warm colors. I'm just going to stack a brown with a pink and then adhere them to the center of my bows. And I also added these banners and I put Merry Christmas. For DIY number 74, I'm going to use one of these wooden picture frames. It's the circle one with the stand, and my sweet friend Diane gave it to me. And I'm going to paint it in the Snow White, paint by Waverly. And I'm going to use one of these plastic lids. You guys know I use these. If you follow me, you know. And they just come from the spring mix containers of lettuce. So I like to use the tops of them, the lids. And I'm going to cut it just to fit this frame. I want to give it a base for something to hold. So I'm going to take some hot glue and I'm going to press it down, adhere it to the wood in this manner, and then I'll adhere the top part of it, just a little bit of glue, just trying to make sure it doesn't seep out into the middle of my frame, like this. Now I'm going to take another one of these peppermints. I'm going to take the big one. I'm just going to adhere it to the inside, the middle. That way it looks like it's floating in there, like this. And then I'm going to take some of these gingerbread men from the Dollar Tree and I'm just going to place them around this wood round here in this manner. I'm trying to fit as many as I can. I can only fit 6, but I went ahead and just placed them in this manner. And then I thought to myself, wait a minute, there's 6. I have 6 children. So I went ahead and adhered them on there. And then I thought, wait a minute, let me represent my kids. I always represent my grandkids, but let me represent my kids this time. So I have 3 daughters and 3 sons. So I'm going to do 3 little bows. One up here, my oldest daughter. And then 2 more, one for each of my youngest daughters. And so I just placed them on here. And then I decided to make a cute bow for the base of the round of the frame. So just using some of this Dollar Tree peppermint stripe ribbon. Then I'll create my bow and I'll snip the tails at angles. And add a little dab of glue and place it on the very base right here. And I thought it was super cute. And then I thought, wait a minute, my boys are not holding anything. They have to hold something. So I decided to give them some of the little candy canes just to make it really cute. So my oldest son gets a candy cane and my 2 middle sons both get candy canes as well. And then that is it for this one. I think it's cute. And here's how it looks. For DIY number 75. And I'm going to use some of this foam clay that I got from Amazon. And if you've never used foam clay, it's pretty sticky at first, very moist. But once you start conditioning it, it'll firm up and it'll be great. So here I'm beginning to condition, but then I realized, wait a minute, I have my rings on. Let me remove these things. Number 1, they'll get sticky everywhere. And number 2, you'll see little indentations everywhere on this foam clay. So it's not good. So here I'm just going to condition it by pulling it and pulling it and stretching it and pulling it. And just keep doing this until it starts to firm up, and you'll know when that happens. Now I'm going to take a piece of parchment paper, just keep everything nice and tidy. And I'm going to kind of stretch this a little bit more gently. I'm going to take some of this cornstarch. This is just regular cornstarch that I got from my kitchen. I just put it in this jar. This was just some random jar I had left over. I think it was vitamins or something for the dogs or something. I don't know. So I just put the cornstarch in there. And I'm keeping this in my craft room. So my cornstarch is going to act as the flour to this baked goodie. So here I'm just going to cut out a piece that I think I'm going to need for another project. I'm just kind of pulling away some of the pieces, kind of forming them into a dough looking kind of, I don't know, shape. And I'm going to continue to knead with my fingers and using my acrylic plastic rolling pin, adding some more of the cornstarch and kind of just spreading it everywhere. I want this to look like a real dough, but it won't be. It'll just be, of course, clay. But I want that real dough looking gingerbread look. So just trying to spread it everywhere. Now here are my cookie cutters. These are gingerbread little cookie cutters, of course. I'm going to add another piece of parchment paper for my finished products. So here I'm going to press it down and pull away the excess clay dough. I'm putting this here for now. So here I'm going to pull away the excess like this. And as I can see here, the clay is still kind of moist. It probably could have used a little bit more kneading, but I'm already into it. So I'm just going to work with it and not just allow this to dry completely on its own. So I'm going to leave the cookie inside the cookie cutter. That way it'll dry in there for now, but I will be taking it out. So here I'm just going to continue to do some more kneading and forming. Add some more of my faux flour. Add my next one right on top like that. Pressing it, pulling away the excess in this manner, and then placing it on my other parchment paper. And then I'll just continue this until I get them all done, like this. Now I'll just wad this back up and keep pressing it. And each time I press it and knead it and add some more of my cornstarch, the better and better the consistency of this foam clay gets. So that's the trick. Just add some cornstarch and it gives it that baked look anyway. It looks really authentic. So now I'm going to use some of these other cookie cutters that I had on hand. They're just little mini shapes, and I'll be using those for next week's video. So here they are. I'm just showing you real quick. Okay, so now I'm going to flip these over. That way they'll dry better. And then these I had cut out for the next DIY. You'll see that in a minute. And all I had left was that little ball. Now here, everything is nice and dry. And I will tell you this. As this continues to dry, the ends will start to curl up. So what I did was I went ahead and placed a heavy book on top of each of these. That way when the foam clay dried completely, it laid flat. And if you don't do that, the ends will curl up on you. So that's not good. That's not cute. So yeah, I didn't show it here, but yeah, it was afterwards, after I was done. And as the foam clay was completely curing, the ends started to curl up. So put something heavy on top when you're all done with your project. Okay, so now here I took a poking tool and I created a hole because the foam clay had not completely cured yet, so it was still soft enough. And I added my piece of baker's twine to create the hanger. And I find that this is the stage where it's the best time to add the hanger. I mean, you could probably add it when the foam clay is completely cured, but then the hole itself won't look authentic like real dough. And I'll just do this to all of them until they look like this. And this is how I'm going to leave them, look rustic and cute. And this is how they look. For DIY number 76, the cream cheese container. Yeah, I save everything. And I'm going to give it a nice coat of white. And I'm taking these beads, they're also white, and placing them on the bottoms. So I'm going to adhere these beads like this. And now flip it over. Look at that. Looks like a bathtub to me. Now these are just pieces of foam core board that I cut in this size. And I'm just going to layer them together. That way it can fill the majority of this little tub, because we'll be doing a faux whipped cream project. And I don't want to use too much. So here I'm just going to fill it in with this. Now it's nice and adhered. Put that aside. Now I'm going to take these tips from the Dollar Tree. My favorite is this star tip. I think it's adorable. And I'm also going to use one of these piping bags from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to place this tip in the piping bag, snip off the little point, and put my little tip through, place it on this little cup. And now here's some lightweight spackle that I'm going to use. And I'm going to add some of this apple barrel paint in the color white. Add a nice generous amount. Well, not too much. You don't want to make it too runny. And now I'm going to take the end of a paintbrush and I'm just going to stir it around so it's nice and mixed. And now I'll pour all the contents inside the piping bag that's in the cup. And this will help hold it up and easier to fill. Now I'm going to push all the contents down to the tip and kind of twist the top to create it nice and tight. And now I can start piping. And just doing a piping motion, I will go ahead and fill this whole container with this faux whipped cream. Now, if I had not placed those layered pieces of foam core board, this would have taken probably 2 or 3 of these containers of lightweight spackle. So this helps it a lot. Now I'm also going to go over all the edges because I want some of it to kind of look as if it's kind of overflowing. And you'll see in the final reveal what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's really cute. So now I'm going to take these little gingerbread men that my daughter-in-law gave me from last year. And I removed the backs. I don't need the backs. And I added these bamboo skewers to them, and I'm just going to poke these in to the foam core board. They poke pretty easily like this, and I just do all 3. There's 2 boys and 1 little girl. That's just all I had, so that's what I used. And so I'm going to add some more of this faux whip for the back to help hold them up, and a little bit on the front as well, because we're going to add some cherries that I got from Amazon. They are so adorable. So here I'm just going to add a little bit more on the back just to make it more substantial. And I'm going to add these little peppermints. These are from Amazon. I think I mentioned that earlier. And I'm going to use them as sprinkles because they're perfect for that. Look how adorable. Now here are my faux cherries that I got from Amazon, and I'll have them linked in my Amazon storefront, and that'll be in my link tree in my description box. And off camera I added a bow and a couple of little embellishments, but here's how it looks. For DIY number 77, I'm going to take these 2 tiny little cutting boards that I got from Amazon last year, and I'm going to paint them with the nutmeg brown. And then these are the pieces of the foam clay that I had left over from the last project, and I actually made them a little bit too big. I couldn't find the little cutting boards at that time, so I just kind of guesstimated, and I guess I guesstimated a little bit too big. So here I'm having to use my scissors to snip off the excess, that way these will fit inside. But all these clay pieces, all I did was use my mini cookie cutters and just kind of made indentations of the cookies like they're just on the board. So once I get this done and have them trimmed, I'm going to use some more of this burlap, this white, it's like a cream colored burlap, fray off the little ends because I like that look. Add a little bit of hot glue, place them on top and just gently dab it. And then take some more hot glue and add my little faux baked goodie on top, or should I say dough, not baked yet. And I'll do the same thing to the other one, kind of fray off the little ends, remove some of those fibers, and place down my little piece of burlap and add my little dough piece. So one is a heart and one is a flower, if you can't tell. You'll see it closer at the final reveal. Now I'm just going to add the hangers, a couple little bows, and a couple pieces of greenery, and that is it, just like that. And just look at these super cute little ornaments. Here's how they look. For DIY number 78, I'm going to take some of these gingies that I had painted for a previous project, and I'm going to take some of these button magnets from the Dollar Tree, and now they're making them a little smaller, which I'm not complaining because they fit the little heads on these gingies perfectly. So I'm just adding a dab of glue, and look at that, fits perfectly. Cute. Now I'm going to take these, set them aside, and I'm going to take one of these wood frame with tin boards from the Dollar Tree. They remind me of a cookie sheet, and I'm going to paint the edges with some of this enamel silver paint by Folk Art. And then with my Cricut, I cut this that says Baking Memories, and I did use the red vinyl from the Dollar Tree. So I'm just going to place this on the top, just my little Baking Memories vinyl. And I also cut out some little snowflakes, and I'm just going to peel those off with my fingers since they are large enough without messing them up, and just placing them where I think would look cute in this manner. And now all I have to do is add my little gingies to my baking sheet, and since they are magnetic, they'll stay on there perfectly. And when the grandkids come over, they can move them around if they want. They can play a game, whatever they want. Look how cute, so easy and so adorable. And I do end up doing 9. But yeah, here's how it looks. For DIY number 79, with 2 of these Dollar Tree gingerbread men made out of wood, and you're not gonna believe what I do with these things. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to show you. So first I'm just gonna go in with this nutmeg brown, and then so I'm going to take my little gingies because curiosity got the best of me, and I wanted to see, since this is puff vinyl, I wanted to see how much it would puff on these gingies. I just figured, well, let me give it a try. Just a little piece here and there. Let me see what happens. I mean, if it messes up, I'll just throw them away. And let me tell you, I was shocked. This stuff is good. So I'm using my mini easy press on medium heat. And here I'm just shocked at what I'm seeing. This puff vinyl, not only did it puff, but it gathered. It gathered like some kind of a lace or ribbon. Oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it. It came out so cute. Now here I'm going to put it on the bow tie because why not? And look at that, it did it there too. So I am snipping off the little ends because since I had cut these in rectangles, then of course it left kind of rectangle effect. So I'm just snipping off the little ends to round them off. But oh my goodness, I was so shocked. Look how adorable. So easy, so fun. And I'm going to show you up close right here. Look at those gathers. Wow. Okay, so now I'm going to do the little boy, and here I'm taking some of the turquoise, which is the closest to blue. And again, I'm just going to snip off little pieces. And on these, I do end up rounding off the corners. That way it's not just rectangles. That way I don't have to snip them off later. So I'm just rounding them off like this. And this one is for the bow tie. So I'm just putting them in place. So here we go. On medium heat with my mini easy press, and look at that. Oh my goodness, it is so cute. I want to try a house next time. I want to try it like a gingerbread house. I wanted to try it for this video, but I ran out of time. I had to use the vinyl as I'm supposed to use it. Traditionally, not untraditionally, like I am here. So yeah, but look, oh, I was so excited. It's so adorable. Look up close. Look at those gathers. Wow. Win-win. Okay, so now I'm going to finish off this project by using my paint markers and making the little faces. Got to finish these up. Make the little faces just my way, just simple, cute little faces, and adding some pink cheeks and a little nose. And then for the eyes, I'm going to use some of the Dollar Tree puffy paint, just a little dot here and there. And I also make little freckles because why not? Freckles are super cute on a gingy. Look how adorable. And now I'm going to find a few little half beads, little half pearl beads to place where the buttons are. That way it gives it a little bit of something something. I feel like they need something. And so I just take these and then I'll adhere them with some of my puffy paint from the Dollar Tree. And then I also do little accents on the heads, give them that little bit of full icing on the heads. And then off camera I do add a little bow for the little girl. And in the final reveal you get a better and closer look. And here's the little boy, and here's the little girl. For DIY number 80, I'm going to use 2 more of these gingerbread Dollar Tree wooden plaques. And I'm going to use the nutmeg brown paint again. And I'm going to use some more of the Dollar Tree puffy paint. And this time I'm starting with the windows. And I decided to go ahead and do some more of the doors. These are just wooden doors that I get from Amazon. And this time I'm going to go in with the super glue wood glue instead of the hot glue. No particular reason, just I happen to have it nearby. So I decided to use it. And I did this to both of my houses. Now with these little doors in place, now I'm going to go ahead and paint these in the same nutmeg brown like this. And I'm going to get my puffy paint again and do some designs like I did in my other DIY, just a little bit different. I do show a little bit here on how I make some of my designs. There's really no rhyme or reason. I just make swirls and loops and dots and just fill it up. That's all I do. I just fill it up. Here they are, nice and dry. Now here I am taking some of this puff vinyl that I used in a video recently, and I made these cute little gingies, and I said in that video that I was going to try and use some on a gingerbread house, and here we are, we're going to try it. So this is just white puff vinyl, and I'm just placing a piece of parchment paper on top and my mini easy press to press down for about 15 to 12 seconds in each spots. And look at this, it came out cute, and I didn't doubt it at all. I knew it would because the little gingies came out cute too. So here I'm just pressing a little extra, that way the carrier sheet can release the puff vinyl. And here I'm just trimming up some more spots that I don't need. But oh my goodness, I was not disappointed. It came out adorable. What a fun way to create some faux snow on top of a gingerbread house plaque. Now here I'm doing the other side, and I will show you up close how it looks because it's a little bit difficult to see right here because it is so white. But here I'm just finishing up the other side, pressing down every section for about 10 to 12 or so seconds, and then releasing the parchment paper. I do have to go back and press down a couple times here and there because some of the vinyl did not get pressed, so therefore it was like sticky. It was sticking to the carrier sheet, and I did a little trimming, and now I can remove the carrier sheet. Just pull it off, trim a little bit more just to make it all even and cohesive. in this manner. But look how cute, look up close. Oh, it's so adorable. And I'm just going to add a couple of these little faux candies that I happen to have on hand. And I added them to the very top of the houses just because the hole on the plaques were still kind of visible. So I'm just going to add these to the very top in this manner. And that is all. I'm not going to add a bunch of other candies or anything. I want these to look more classy. And here's how they look. For DIY number 81, taking this piece of board that I had in my backyard and 2 of these home signs and 2 of these wood block gingies from Target. Not the dollar spot, but in the craft section. They had these block gingies and they were affordable. And I'm going to take some nutmeg brown and paint everything up in this manner. And then I'm going to use the puffy paint from Tulip to create designs on the letters, on the home letters. And you're probably thinking, why does it say home, home? Oh, everything will be revealed in a second. So I'm just going to go through all these letters and I do some embellishments on the piece of wood too. The Dollar Tree does carry wood in this size, but since I already have some in my backyard, there's no need for me to go spend money on it. But if you want to create this project and you don't have wood in your backyard like I do, just go to Dollar Tree and grab one of these pieces of wood. So here are my gingies. And I'm going to embellish them with some of the puffy paint too. I'm just going to go along the whole edge of these gingies in this manner. And that way it gives it a complete look. And then once I get this done on both, I'm going to fill in the eyes and then this little smiles. And again, I'm just going to do the puff paint. That's it, making it super simple in this manner. And now once I get these nice and dry, then I will go in with some fabrics because I want to dress up these little gingies. So for the little boy, I'm just going to use this ribbon that I had on hand. I think I either got it at Walmart or Aldi's. I'm not sure. I think Aldi's. I think I got it at Aldi's. And I'm just going to fold it down like this. And then I'm taking this little piece and I'm going to place it in the center and using a little bit of hot glue to adhere it closed. I'm creating a bow tie for the little bow, and it's a little bit large, but once I fluff it up, it'll look perfect. So here I'm just holding it down, that way the hot glue sets, and then a little dab here just to make sure it's all nice and adhered. And now I can place this bow tie on the little boy, adding a nice dab of glue and placing it on his neck, and then later I will fluff it up a little bit and you'll see it'll be perfect. And I'm taking some more of the puff paint and I'm going to add it to the buttons. And then I'm going to take some red buttons that I had in my stash that were actually from the Dollar Tree, the little button collection, little containers that they sell. And I'm just going to place 2 on him. He is done. Now for the little girl, she's going to take a little bit more effort. So for her, I took some of this lace that I had on hand. And it's really pretty lace. And I'm just going to create little pleats to give her like a little skirt. So I just do a dab of glue, fold it over, and then add another little dab of glue to hold it down. Add another dab of glue for another little pleat, and another dab of glue to hold it down. And then I take it towards the back and do something similar, go around. It's just a little process, but if you take your time, you can do this too. It's not difficult, and there's no sewing required. So now I do sew. I can probably make her a legit skirt with elastic and all that. But I think that would be a little bit more advanced tutorial. So to the hot glue we use. The hot glue works. So yeah, another little pleat. And then when I get towards the center, I'll go ahead and snip off the excess. But don't you worry, nothing's going to go to waste. You guys that follow me for a while, you know I don't waste items at all. I will be using these other 2 pieces of lace. And I'll be creating a cute little rosette for her hair. So now here is the back of her skirt, just adhering it to its other side. It's mantle is nice and complete. Now her little skirt's done. So now here is a little ribbon that I'm taking for her belt. I'm giving her a little belt accent, and just two of the rows, a white one and a red one. And I'm going to do a little dab of glue on the alongside the waist, placing her little belt and going all the way to the back. And all I'm doing, just adding little dabs of glue here and there and just going slow. Now I do end up not having enough of this ribbon to go all the way in the back, but since it's all just adhered with hot glue, no need to worry. Just cut off another 2 rows for a piece that would fit on that side, and then just adhere it with some more hot glue, and it's perfect. Look at that. Yes, pretty perfect. Okay, so now I want to give her a little bit of a collar. So I'm taking the top part of this lace trim that's kind of scalloped. You can't see it here, but you'll see it in the final reveal that it's kind of scalloped, so it's perfect for a little collar. And adding a couple dabs of glue, placing that on, and then taking a little dab of glue and placing it in the center and pulling the collar down a little bit. That way it's not in her mouth. And then go ahead and go all the way around with this as well, in this manner. And then pressing it down. And she's so cute. Okay, so now I'm going to add some more of the puff paint to her buttons and add some of these Dollar Tree buttons, these red Dollar Tree buttons on her, just to make her look like she's got a matching outfit with her brother or husband or whatever, her spouse. Now I'm going to do the same thing with this piece of lace that was left over. I'm just going to do little pleats, and I'm going to adhere this other piece that I cut. Oh, here's another pleat. And I'm trying to make a rosette without sewing anything. So now here I'm going to take some more glue and adhere it to the end of the other piece and snipping off this extra. And now placing some more glue, taking it to the other side. And this takes a little finagling, but just get it end to end with hot glue. And now wherever the natural folds occur, go ahead and pleat it and put a little dab of glue and it'll look great. So here it needs a couple more dabs, a couple more little pleats just to make it look circular, like a little rosette. And here I'm just trying to figure out where the natural folding is, pressing it down with hot glue. And look how cute, it's just slowly taking form without having to sew anything. Yeah, this is cute. Now I'm going to take a little dab of glue and place it on her head. And there it goes. And then to top it off in the center, I'm going to add one more of these little red buttons from the Dollar Tree. And placing some of the puff paint. And look how cute. Super cute. Now that they're ready, I can set them aside and finish this DIY. This actually should have been 2 other DIYs. It should have been 2 DIYs, yeah. Okay, so now that all this paint is dry, I'm going to take some hot glue and I'm going to adhere these 2 home signs on the very front of this piece of wood, like this. Do a nice generous amount of glue. And now I'm going to place my little gingies on top, but I'm not done. It's got to say home sweet home. So I took some Scrabble tiles and I adhere them to a piece of a craft stick on the back. And I'm going to add some hot glue and place it on the very front, like this. Now it'll say home sweet home. Now I'm taking some of the puff paint and I'm going to add some drips of faux icing. And I go along all the sides of this piece of wood. And now that's complete. Here's how it looks. For DIY number 82, I'm going to use one of these wooden pallets, mini pallets that my sweet friend Diane gave me. Give it a good paint of some nutmeg brown. And from last year, I had some of these wooden spools, these mini spools left over from a project. So I'm going to use these, and I'm just going to adhere these onto the underside of the pallet with some of the super glue wood glue and place them like this. Just a tiny bit of glue. I think the less glue, the better the hold is actually. More is not better. It's actually less is a little bit better when it comes to this kind of glue. This one has a little bit much, but yeah, we'll go with it. So I'm just going to set that aside, allow that to dry for a second. In the meantime, I'm going to take some of this Crafter Square fabric. It's a red and white gingham fabric, and I thought this would be perfect. It's got Christmas colors. You could use this for summer too, of course. I'm going to do this little notch and tear off a piece that I want to use. I'm just going to tear it off. This one was a little harder to tear than normal, but we got it. And I'm just going to tear off another little piece, just another little notch, and then tear. And at the end here, I had to use my scissors to finish snipping it off because it wouldn't tear. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it was a little bit too strong on the bottom. Here, I'm just trimming off any extra threads that might be just hanging out. Although I do really like the fringe on the ends, so I definitely like that. Okay, so now here I have these little cookie cutters that I had used in my last video. If you didn't get to watch that, I'll post that one right above here if you want to see it. But I made these mini cookies out of foam clay. And here I'm just using the end of my silicone spatula to get them out. Now here they are. And here is my little pallet table, looking great and ready to be used. And now here is my piece of fabric that's going to be my tablecloth. And I'm just going to place it on top and taking my little mini cookies and placing them where I want them to go. I used most of them. I think there's only a couple I don't use. Kind of ran out of space. And then I'm going to take some hot glue and I'm going to adhere all my cookies onto my tablecloth. And I'm pretty generous with my hot glue. That way it goes all the way through and onto the pallet itself as well. And just look how cute they are. They need a little bit of embellishing, so I'm going to take some of the Dollar Tree fabric puffy paint, and I'm just going to take my time and go along the edge of all these cookies. One thing I really like about this puffy paint is that the nozzle is so teeny tiny that this kind of detailed work makes it so easy. So here I'm just going to take my time, go all the way around, get them all done. Look how adorable. Now I'm going to go in with the Extreme Glitter by Mod Podge when my puffy paint is dry. And I'm going to add some of this just to make everything look extra special and delicious. And like this, I coat them all. And once this dries, you're going to see how this glistens. It's so pretty. They are just adorable. This is how they look. For DIY number 83. These round decor pieces from the Dollar Tree, they have that tinsel, and I'm just going to remove this paper piece which creates the peppermint shapes, and I'm going to take 6 total, and I'm going to take some of these glass jars from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to clean them up, and this is going to be such an easy hack. It's not even a DIY, it's a hack. So here I'm going to take another one, different size. So all I'm going to do is take these pieces that I removed from the decor and some Elaine's Tacky Glue, add the Elaine's Tacky Glue, and then just place these on top of the lids. Now you can paint the lids if you like. I didn't, just because this was supposed to be an Instagram post for last year, for last Christmas, but time got away from me and it didn't happen, so you're seeing it today. Yeah. But this one here, all I did was just snip off the excess like this, and then I just placed it on top. Oh, and by the way, this DIY was actually inspired by another DIY that I created with some Cricut vinyl that I made the peppermint shapes with. And then somebody asked me, what can I do if I don't have a Cricut? Well, I saw these at the store and I thought, oh, you know what? These look like they would fit these jars. And sure enough, they fit pretty perfectly. Well, you have to snip off a little bit here and there on the shape. And then I just use the jars themselves because they're glass and they're a little bit heavy. Place them on top. That way they'll dry well. And now here they are, nice and dry for the most part. And I'm just going to fill these with some treats. And I just did some candy canes, some marshmallows, and some Hershey's Kisses. And then I added a bow with some jute twine for a finishing touch. And I did this to all 3. And that is it. And this is how they look. For DIY number 84, I'm taking one of these mailboxes from Target. Again, this was from last year. Never did open it, do anything with it. And all I'm going to do is do a little bit of embellishing. So I'm going to take 2 more of these little small Dollar Tree gingerbread men. I'm just going to adhere them to the front, make them into a gingerbread DIY, and then take a cute bow that was already made as well, and just going to fluff it up a little bit, add a dab of hot glue, and place it on the top. And that is it. You can really turn anything into a gingerbread decor piece. Here's how it looks. And for DIY number 85, I'm going to take 4 of these flat pallet planks or plaques that were given to me by my friend Diane. And I'm going to take 4 of these planks, these regular planks. Here I have just 2, but I do end up using 4 total. And I also used 16 of these little blocks, and I went ahead and painted everything with nutmeg brown. And I'm going to create 2 double stands to hold all of my tier tray DIYs from this video. So all I'm going to do is take some of the wood glue, which you guys know I love. I'm going to add a nice little thin bead here on this little ledge, like this. Again, no hot glue. And I'm going to place my plank here. And I'm going to try to hold it in a manner that I can add my craft clamps, because I wanted to use my craft clamps. That way it can hold it in place while everything sets. And so I add 2 here. And then I do the same thing to a second set, like this. Allow those to set a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the first one, and I want to reinforce it with some of these little cubes, because I like to do that kind of thing. Now this DIY here, I'm just figuring it out as I'm going. I really had no plan, but I figured this would be cute. So I'm just going to add it here. That way it'll hold it nice and strong. And replace my clamp, put it back on. The same thing to the other side. Add a couple dabs of glue. That way one is holding the bottom and one's holding the side. Adding my clamp back on. And this will help all the glue dry and set perfectly. That way everything will be nice and strong. Okay, so now once these are nice and adhered, I'm going to turn this around, trying to find the right way to do this. I'm going to repeat the process, but on the other side of each of these little stands. So here I'm just trying to figure it out. Like I said, when I do my DIYs, sometimes this is my thought process. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure it out. So to make a long story short, now here everything is nice and adhered. I just follow the same steps as the first 2, removing all the clamps. And look at that, looking so cute, my 2 little stands. But now I'm not liking that you can see the little blocks there, so I decided to take some craft sticks. These are the long ones from Walmart, and I snipped off the ends with my EMT shears, and I painted them with the same paint by Apple Barrel, nutmeg brown, and using some more of my favorite wood glue. I'm just going to add a little dab on each of these little blocks, and then placing my craft sticks on here. That way the blocks are concealed. And I do this to all 4 of the sides. And I allow this to dry completely, naturally on its own. And just look how cute! Here's how they look. Well, I'd take a moment and express my sincerest appreciation for taking time out of your busy day, busy week, or busy month to watch this video. I don't expect you to watch it all in one sitting. This is a lot, but you could definitely click save and save this video to watch it in portions later on as you wish. 85 DIYs, it's a lot. And I also have another video from a couple years past with 50 other gingerbread DIY videos, so that's still out there if you're interested in watching those. And I'll put that link up here in the iCards if you're interested. And definitely take a moment and let me know which are your favorite DIYs in this video. I'd really appreciate it, and it would definitely help my channel to grow. And I hope you enjoyed this video. It was fun to create and put together. And if you enjoyed it, please give me a thumbs up. I would really appreciate it. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't yet. And if you want to see more, definitely subscribe, because I'm working on a brand new super fun gingerbread video coming up next. And until my next video, stay healthy, safe, and strong, and have a great day. Bye bye, and Merry Christmas.